Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors for June 23rd, 2025 at 6 p.m. We are located at our central office this evening. We have 6 p.m. closed session and 7 p.m. open session. Teleconference locations, Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley, and also Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County. Public comment opportunities. Member of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in a comment card to the board president, Delight Travis. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomments@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on June 23rd, 2025. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Board members cannot respond when the public comment is given except for the referencing matter to staff for resolution or to place on a future board agenda for substantive conversation and or action. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation and cannot be acted upon by the board at this meeting. All comments shall be captured and will be followed up on accordingly. Reasonable accommodations. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request assistance by contacting public comments at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar link, meeting ID 320-324-6235. The meeting is called to order by board president at 6:13 p.m. Roll call vote. Member Travis? Aye. Dr. Smith? Here. Member Fiber? Here. And Dr. Shaw is on his way. Item B, the approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 23rd, 2025. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 23rd, 2025. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I please have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Okay, hearing none. Any abstentions? No. Okay, so moved. Community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on closed session agenda item only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Is there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session?
There are not.
Okay, thank you. Closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases. Conference with real property negotiators, 54956.8. C, public employee appointment, discipline or dismissal or release, 54957, 3 cases. Public employee and performance evaluation, executive director, 54957. All right. With that, we will move to closed session at 6:14 p.m. All right, we are reconvening to open session at 8:17 PM. Public report of action, there's no public report of action taken in closed session. We will move to flag salute. All right, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have recognitions of Miss Merlette.
Thank you so much. So good evening, Board of Education, members of the audience. It is my pleasure tonight to recognize Ms. Jacqueline Merlette, who is the now former Chancellor of the South Orange County campus. Ms. Merlette's journey with OPA began in 2016 when she joined as an educational specialist. And from the very beginning, she brought a deep commitment to student success and tireless ethics. And her heart of service immediately made a standout impression to all involved. In 2019, she stepped into the role of dean, first at Saddleback Valley campus, and then later to the South Orange County campus, where she made lasting impressions. Earlier in her school, she was promoted to Chancellor of SOC, which was a well-deserved recognition for her exceptional leadership. Ms. Merlette's journey didn't start here in California. She actually comes to us by way of New Jersey. But her passion for students, she's always an advocate for all students, and she believes, more importantly, very deeply that all students can achieve anything. She has a passion for inclusivity, equitable treatment of children, and the nurturing treatment of children. And so her presence has become the cornerstone of the culture over at the South Orange County campus, a culture grounded in compassion, excellence, and collaboration. Her influence has shaped not only student outcomes, but also the entire spirit of the school. We will deeply miss her day-to-day leadership at SOC. We are thrilled that she is now stepping into a broader role, expanding her horizons and allowing her impact for even larger populations of students. We are confident her passion and leadership will continue to inspire and positively shape every community she touches. Jackie, thank you for your unwavering commitment to our students, our staff, and our mission. You have left a lasting mark on Oxford Preparatory Academy as a whole, one that will be felt for many years. So just expressing our deepest gratitude to her.
Thank you, Jackie, for your long service to OPA. All right, moving on. Community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on agenda or non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Are there any comments on agenda or non-agendized items?
There are none.
Okay, perfect. Items for presentation and discussion. New board member interview.
So tonight we are just going to welcome our new board member or potential board member candidate. We do have questions in front of each board member. I believe Ms. Travis, you will start us off with the question session. And then I just want to welcome
Hello.
Ash to the podium. The questions are in front of you as well.
Okay.
And you can start off with introductions. You can introduce yourself, say a little thing, and then we can get on with the questions from the board.
Okay. Go ahead.
So my name's Ash Akashe. I am a dad at SOC. I have 3 boys. 2 of them attend SOC. One's going into 2nd grade, the other one's going into kinder. So this is my second going into 3rd year at OPA. I am a physician at Kaiser Permanente. It's been 10 years now. It's been a long time. And then I have lots of interests. I don't know what you guys want to know about me, but
To share what you'd like to share. Yeah, okay, fine, then I'll do. All right, tell me about your background, including professional experiences that have prepared you for success as an Oxford Preparatory board member.
Well, I think just going through school in the public school system is kind of the first thing. You kind of go through the experience of grade school and middle school and high school. That I had a lot of experience with counselors, then going into college and career development and we switched a lot sort of early on when I was younger. We went from, my mom made a big point to come to Irvine Unified School District because of its academic excellence and its reputation. And I saw a big difference from where I came, and I noticed that. And kind of going through education and going through medical school and everything, and now having my own kids, even in early education, before like in preschool, you really see how much of an effort it takes and how much it pays off in terms of your kids' development and who they are and their character, their ability to just carry themselves and pay attention and be able to participate and have a love for learning very early on. And so I just realized that anything and everything that we do has a huge impact. And that's kind of why I'm here, because I have 3 kids. They're gonna go through OPA for 10 years each. I have 30 cumulative years of schooling with my kids in this organization, hopefully, and I want to make as much of a positive impact on it as possible, so.
Very cool.
All right, at number 2, what interests you in serving as a member of the board of directors?
So it's kind of same, I really want to make a positive impact. I think for my personality and for my skill set, I think this is a better way for me to serve rather than PTA meetings and boots on the ground where honestly, I feel like that's harder and more involved, and my wife does a lot of that. And I help her. I've taught art masters with her. I've been on school side council, and I really like understanding the inner workings and processes and things that run the school. And it takes a whole village and lots of people and parent engagement. And I feel like it's kind of my duty to do the same thing for my kids in my community. So.
Describe your understanding of the appropriate role of a public charter school board.
I think it's more about governing and oversight rather than really execution or like boots on ground kind of day-to-day operations. So just making sure that we are staying true to our mission and our charter and making sure that we're being responsible and compliant with regulations and just doing everything we can for our students to succeed.
As a board member, you represent one of the 5 members and are not a single decision maker. How have you worked as a team to make critical decisions for the betterment of the organization?
I think hearing everybody first, understanding parents and teachers and our own opinions, seeking to understand before making any kind of judgments or decisions, asking questions, being able to respectfully ask questions and maybe object if you have a different opinion. And most of all, just making sure that at the center of everything that you talk about, you're keeping the kids and the students and the mission, the focus. That's what really matters. So as long as the focus is about the students and their success, it doesn't really matter what we talk about and what decisions we make as long as that's the goal.
Okay. Board membership is a commitment of time required for board meetings, committee work, fiduciary, and legal responsibilities. Do you feel that you have flexibility of time to make such a commitment?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, organizational leadership often covers difficult topics and requires members to make difficult decisions. These decisions may be agreeable with some constituents and disagreeable with others. What strategies would you use to navigate a board decision that is viewed as unfavorable?
Well, I think if you go back to keeping students and the mission at the center of everything that you decide and just using objective, data-driven, facts and what you have and weighing the risks and benefits of everything that you do and just acting on the best interests of the school and the organization, that's all you can do. I don't think you can satisfy everything. But you can try to come up with as many win-win scenarios as you can possibly.
What trends or challenges do you foresee that the board of directors may need to address in the future?
I think it's just a little bit more scrutiny from the government and oversight and maybe some legislative challenges or hurdles that might come our way. I don't know, but there's Senate bills that are being proposed and other charters and, lots of regulation, and I think just making sure that we're staying compliant and meeting those objectives.
Is there any other relevant information that you would like to share to support your candidacy?
I've served on medical boards before. I teach within medical education. I run simulation. I work with different healthcare professional teams, and I work on communication and teamwork strategies and things like that. So that might be helpful. I've served in the US military. Being an ER doctor, I think there's a lot of high pressure decisions that you have to make with the information that you have at the time that may or may not be the right decisions in the future when you kind of look back upon things, but you have to be comfortable making high stakes decisions with the information that you have. And being confident with those decisions, which I think everyone has to be able to do.
I'd love to ask another question. Did you meet with any staff members or how did you find out about the board position?
So it was initially because of the emails that came out, the board brief. I applied for this once before, 2 times back. Didn't get it. The next time I just thought I probably am not the right fit. And then I heard that from some of the honor society that people were like, they're looking for interested people. And I was like, maybe they want to look at me again. So then I just applied.
Okay, wonderful.
And I saw the communications on the board brief messages and the Miss Merlette's newsletters and things like that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item B, OPA Middle School Facility Planning. Mr. Thank you. You can stay or you can go. It's up to you. They tend to be late this morning, yeah.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Thanks for being here tonight. We kind of want to touch base on some of our efforts for relocating the middle school. Okay, so here's a timeline overview. The tentative date for us to get the keys so far is still July 7th. We are working with SBOC to gain overlap access on July 1st. It's been fairly easy for us to schedule site walks. I know we have a couple coming up this week and next. So yeah, as they are moving everything out and pulling out their internet infrastructure and clear the road and do their deep cleaning, it gives us ample time to get in there and start all the different projects we have. Just as an overview, we're going to talk about how much is it going to cost us, right? How are we going to pay for it? Some of the things that we need to think of in terms of operational considerations. What does it take to OPA the school site, and what are our next steps? So how much is this going to cost expenditures? Currently in our budget, which I'll be presenting shortly, we have projected the relocation costs of about $428,000. Part of that, big parts of that is access control, security cameras, a lot of technology and internet infrastructure. We're budgeting that at approximately $229,000. As you guys are aware, most of everything in either an educational setting or professional setting runs through the internet. So that's a critical piece that we're trying to move forward and get done by our August 1st deadline. Again, something to note, and we'll also talk on it later tonight. We did apply for E-rate funding, so that's federal subsidies that everybody who has a cell phone will get. So we're recognizing some savings there. For facility change costs in terms of furniture and moving contractors, we budgeted $95,000. See later on in our board meeting, I had budgeted initially $30,000, but our moving costs were approximately $33,000. So what's leading to the next budget category is ad hoc projects. A contingency is budgeted about $104,000. How will we pay for the move? The main sources of funding are going to be, we have $124,000 in the school violence protection programming. So the COPS grant funding, it's federal monies for access control, cameras, paging systems, anything that has to do with school security. Additionally, last fiscal year 23-24, we did end with a surplus. We are continuing to project out a surplus in this fiscal year, which allows our ending fund balance to be to pay as in one-time costs. Think of it as savings to offset the cost of this move. Additionally, and we'll go, there's an item, a resolution that is going to be later on this board meeting in consultation with legal counsel, as well as Orange County Department of Education and our auditor. A way for us to accurately account for and reflect the investments that the middle school has put into its current location, which is shared with Saddleback Valley. Part of that also is an asset transfer that would hit the balance sheets and cash balances of the middle school. So we are definitely trying to stay within our fiscal footprint, and we're not trying to take out additional loans that we've had in the past and that we currently have outstanding with Commerce West. So operational considerations, every Monday we meet for about 3 hours to go over all the different moving pieces from technology, facilities, communications, curriculum and instruction. We're definitely not trying to miss something. I think that sometimes when all of us are in the room and we talk about a small piece like moving Chromebooks, right? Or desk configurations, somebody's also there to provide input and make sure that we cover all of our bases. Another thing that we're thinking about in terms of getting the feedback from parents in terms of student transportation is carpooling platforms. We did have in review 2 main platforms. Luckily, board member Travis also gave an excellent recommendation for GoKid, which is also currently used by, I think, Santa Margarita private school. So we did 2 different reviews of bigger platforms for parents to use in terms of a carpool platform. We do have a recommendation to go with GoKid in terms of the user interface, the way that we can tailor the messages pushing out to families. We do have one slight reservation. We are still going to look through their contract as well as the liability concerns. Having a carpooling system where multiple people will join in. Once we get their sample contract and their release of liability, we'll be forwarding it to our legal counsel to just make sure that we're covering ourselves. Additionally, I think I'll be reaching out to our insurance broker as well. If we did think that there's some additional coverage we might want, just in case of any accidents or just to protect OPA. Before and after school care, we are working with YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club to mirror services currently at SOC and SV. One impact that we do have that SV and the middle school are currently one school site, but now moving into another school site, we have to ensure that we generate the number of students for YMCA to make the program a reality. So we do have, I think, about 42 families is the updated number. So we're in excess of the number of families that are required for us to receive these services, but there's still some tinkering to do around. We have to do a site facility walk with YMCA just to look at the different spaces that they could utilize and so on and so forth. So again, we have moving contractors. We do have a pretty substantial custodial workforce. However, right now they're spending a majority of their time deep cleaning all the different schools, SOC and SV. Our main focus is to get those school sites up and running for school to start in August. And I think that if we were to pull them away for the move, I mean, that move is going to take essentially the entire month. So yeah, having contracted movers is definitely a way for us to help move the process along. Lead time and any facility changes, and obviously any new furniture ordering. This is the deal was June 2nd, so we've been moving as fast as we can to catch everything we can to take all these things into consideration. Next up is OPA. I know that the board of directors has made a goal to get our branding out on the school. It is a beautiful campus and similar to what we've done at SOC with the privacy screen, just like different ways to brand out OPA. Just as I've spoken to the facilities in my May presentation, anytime we make any types of facility changes or branding changes, we have to get clearance from SVUSD first. In speaking to Mr. Robert Craven, the Chief Business Officer, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, he hasn't had any objections to doing what we've done at the SV campus. However, we still need to get designs and mock-ups. Some of the things that we're considering is privacy screens along the outer fencing. Again, similar to what we have at OPA SOC. Front of the building signage, marquee branding change. There are flags on the light poles that you put some awesome OPA Eagle flags. And also there's a lot of windows, big windows at the front of the school. Currently there is SVSD San Joaquin. It's essentially like a privacy mesh, so that you could look out, but it's a little harder to look in. Where if we put branding of like OPA Eagles or OPA Middle School. So we have a few different vendors that we've identified that we're gonna reach out to and try to get some designs, so we can get some cool stuff up. So the pictures are kind of small, but there's the marquee. On the left side, it's kind of a little mock-up of what's currently there, but putting up these cool OPA Eagles where champions are made signage. Again, on the bottom, just getting some privacy screens up around the fields for messages for enrollment, and more branding are places that we're looking to make some changes. Again, here's some branding for the front of the school. Again, we're trying to before we make any changes, we have to get clearance from SVUSD. And yeah, so we're hopeful that we can get some good branding up and have it say Oxford Preparatory Middle School before the start of school. Next step. So yeah, we meet every Monday to go over. Sometimes we have projects that are not as high a priority, like ordering additional tables and chairs. Other projects like getting the internet infrastructure and the honor hall set up have precedent. So it's those weekly meetings to make sure that we hit our proposed timelines. Again, we have to schedule some more site walks with vendors for opifying the school. Again, like I said, the technology projects are at the forefront of the site move. And again, any potential facility upgrades and or furniture ordering, of which there will be a lead time for receiving those things. So plenty to do, and not the most time in the world, but yeah, we've got a team that's wholeheartedly bought in and making this happen and making it reality. So, you have any questions?
Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to item C, fiscal year 25-26, OPA Middle School, OPA FB, and OPA SOC preliminary budgets. You're up again.
All right, guys. This is my favorite part of the year, talking about the budget. Okay. So, right now, usually for members of the audience or members of the public, traditionally we have 2 meetings in June. Most, if not all, LEAs, local education agencies in the state of California, have 2 different meetings in June. One is to have a public hearing of the budget, and the next is to approve it, right? So that's the cadence that we're going on. And here is our adopted budget cycle. So I always like to say we're always on a train track, statutorily through the state. All LEAs follow the same train track. We have our adopted budget come June 2025. If you guys can recall from last year, in December, we go over our first statutory financial reporting expenditures up through October 31st of the year. We revise and reevaluate our budgets. Come March of the following year, 2026, we have our second interim, which is the next financial reporting interval, which we report out to our oversight agencies, California Department of Education, Capstone Unified School District. And then moving forward, as we close out the year, we have unaudited actuals, which comes in September. And then from September on through November, we have our final audit, and then we'll go through our audit report, independent audit report in December of 2026. Similar to this current fiscal year, 24-25, as we're ending up the fiscal year June 30th, 2025, we will be closing the books and also presenting out our unaudited actuals in September, and then doing our audit in December, reporting that out. Okay. So we didn't get to talk too much about the May revision. If you guys can recall, a lot of what we take in terms of assumptions in developing our budget comes in a two-step approach. The first step being the governor's January budget proposal, of which the Department of Finance, the governor, and forgetting the other governmental agency right now, but they all look at economic indicators to help develop the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The second step in that approach is the May revision. They look at more financial data or tax data in the state of California to determine what the state's budget can be in the following year. In the May revision of the big three state revenues, they are projecting it to be $4.8 billion lower than the January estimates, mostly due by way of personal income tax. Again, the stock market volatility that we've seen from January until essentially April or May had a big impact on capital gains realizations as a share of personal income tax. Furthermore, in years like 2021, 2022, where there was huge appreciations in terms of the stock market, personal income tax, or should I say capital gains tax as a share of personal income tax was a lot higher. So with that information, the governor is assuming a growth, quote unquote, growth recession. So for the first 3 quarters of this year, we're going to have below trend GDP growth, by way partly due to tariffs, as well as the California unemployment rate going up. Again, there was a lot of one-time monies in the state budget that's paying for core TK through 14 programs. There is a rainy day fund for Prop 98, which is the main funding vehicle for K through 12 education that they're depleting in fiscal year 25-26. Obviously, when you use one-time revenues for ongoing expenditures, it is a cause for concern. So this is something we're trying to look at. We're just being really concerned about, and just being really as conservative as we can be. And then again, the Federal Reserve did inch up their inflation assumptions from 2% to 3%. So for budget development, we did use the information that was provided by the governor in the May revision. We did see some revisions to the cost of living adjustment. So COLA, or better known as cost of living adjustment, isn't new dollars that are afforded to LEAs. It is purely to maintain purchasing power in the state, as inflationary pressures cause things to go up in pricing for us, right? There are no deferrals of local control funding formula, or there is one deferral from June till July of next fiscal year, which isn't a material change for most LEAs in the state. Granted that we do have a sufficient cash balance to move forward. Again, there are no reductions to LCFF appropriations, which is a good note. Governor Newsom has done a tremendous job of maintaining core programs, and there are no proposed cuts right now to Proposition 98 funding. So here are things that are in the budget, but not in our budget because they're pending state budget adoption. We did get a lot of guidance from consulting agencies like School Services California and Capital Advisors, who advise all LEAs in the state of California of things that they think are going to pass and things that aren't as likely to pass. One of the things is there's a TK, so transitional kindergarten ratio add-on, which would increase the money that we would be receiving for students that are TKers. It is to decrease the ratios to 10 to 1, so 10 students to 1 teacher. We are still maintaining that 10 to 1 ratio. However, we're not budgeting that full amount. We're budgeting $3,148. Now, if the budget does pass, we will see come first interim a change in top line revenue just because we should be getting more money per TK student. A deficit of COLA. Right now, the budget's decent for education. And in years where there is enough money to fund the COLA, they can deficit the COLA, so that's not included in our budget. Again, no reduction to Prop 98. I did speak to discretionary block grant funding, so one-time monies that the governor was proposing. He did reduce that funding by about, I think, $100 million. But we did not include that in our budget assumptions, just to be conservative. Sometimes as the legislature gets through the end of June, they may just decide to reallocate that $1.7 billion to something outside of Prop 98. Could be wildfire mitigation or backfilling insurance, state insurance policies, right? Again, there is the Learning and Recovery Emergency Block Grant that was funded in fiscal year 22-23. In that fiscal year, the state did pull some of that money back off the table. What the governor is proposing to do is refill some of those funds that were reduced in that fiscal year. Just as a side note, that would only impact Saddleback Valley and SOC, as the middle school was not its own separate charter at that time. And again, the Universal Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, so ELOP, they are deciding, or the governor has proposed to change the funding of that program for LEA. We just haven't included that in our budget because we'll wait to see what's gonna happen at the end of June. Other significant information, on March 20th, President Trump signed Executive Order 14242, directing the Education Secretary to dismantle or close the Department of Education. Obviously, he cannot do that by way of executive order. This has sparked a lot of legal challenges throughout the states, different states. Ultimately, the effects of these actions are unknown. We do know that they are going to be eliminating Title III funding, adult education, and migrant education, of which OPA does not receive funding for any of these different programs. We do, however, receive Title I funding, albeit not a very material amount, but we still are going to maintain or expect to get that funding. Another side note for those going through the board agenda, you'll see the consolidated application, so the CONAP, that is how we apply for these federal funds. So that's on tonight's agenda as well. Again, we did, what's in our budget is the $428,000 estimated one-time cost to relocate Pelham Middle School to the new location. And I did not include the public charter school grant program revenues, as it's a competitive grant and we won't know until.
Don't budget until you.
No, no, these are just other significant information that you guys should think about in terms of our budget. Okay, so we're getting into our actual assumptions for our budget. We are projecting our enrollment to be at 1,858 students for fiscal year 25-26. At the middle school is 537 students, 588 in SV, and 733 in SOC. Now, meeting with our finance audit committee and taking lessons from the past, we did use a conversion rate of 95% on matriculating students, as well as any new students through the lottery process, only 80% of those students. In another presentation I'll be giving after this presentation, we'll be talking about our enrollments and through the lottery process and through the lottery process, just through the lottery process and enrollment, right? However, to be conservative, just as a note, like we didn't use the full amount for the middle school because we also know that within the boundaries of which we reside in SVOC, the middle school started at 7th grade. We did see a large drop off of students from 6th grade into 7th grade this past year. So again, we're just trying to be as conservative as we can be on that budget, right? Again, Saddleback Valley and SOC, those enrollments are really substantiated by the large wait list. So for us, it's easy to project that out because with the amount of students on the wait list, like we could essentially open up, another school. So so yeah, those enrollments are projected to be maintained. Again, all of our TK students are going to be eligible for funding in fiscal year 25-26, whereas in this current year, in serving all 4-year-olds, some of those 4-year-olds were not eligible for TK funding. Again, as you guys are all aware, students, all of our students, they have to fill out an intent to re-enroll form, right, to confirm matriculation. So that also, we also use these forms to substantiate our projections. Something that's for us that applies to a lot of the state funding is unduplicated accounts. students who are identified as foster, homeless, English learning, pre-reduced lunch. Those students, we were projecting at a very low amount, 20.8%, anywhere from 19.5 to 22.8%. So sometimes we don't receive all the different types of exotic or restricted fundings just because we don't have the populations that would support or generate those revenues. Again, we are using average daily attendance rate of 97% for all 3 schools. Historically, we have a really high average. Most public schools are around 92 to 93%. Also taking into consideration 1-day independent study. So if a student's out, they can get the work and we can substantiate that absence, and then through the approval process, we go back in and recoup that attendance, right? Which then gets audited by our auditor. They pull the work samples, and that's how we ensure that we're recovering those attendance days. Step and column. When it comes to step and column, every classified and certificated employee is on a salary schedule. Depending on what step they're on, we move them up into the next pay range, which isn't a raise, but it is a step up in their pay. So we include that in our budget years and out years, the multi-year projections. STRS and PERS rates are a considerable part of our expenditures as a local education agency. STRS is flattened out, but PERS starts to slightly go down, but then go back up. Again, just as a disclaimer, this budget supports all the activities in the LTAF.
Can I clarify something you said about step and column not being a raise? The 2% raise was baked into the new step and column, just to confirm.
Yep.
Assumption.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So we take the 2% raise that was approved this year, we apply that to the salary schedules for next year. So depending on whatever step they're on, they're moving up and is on top of the 2%. Okay, so here's an important slide, enrollment projections, because the next few slides we're going to show you, I just want to show you the impacts of what our enrollment projections are and how they can impact our budget. Okay, there's 3 different groupings in this graph. The first one is middle school, the second grouping is SV, and the third one is SOC. The blue bars are the current enrollment in 24-25. The orange bars are what we're budgeting for 25-26. Now, the gray and the yellow bars are 2 different outcomes. One is a lower enrollment projection, and the 25-26 is a high enrollment, or as I like to call it, the unicorn projection, as in we receive all the students. What we've done here in speaking about the confidence ratios on students through the lottery process and enrollment is that we want to be cognizant of the student drop-off that we had this past year. We are at the mercy of getting funding on current year students, whereas public school districts traditionally are funded on the greater of current year, prior year, or 3-year average of average daily attendance. So this makes the guessing game a little bit more tight for us in terms of estimating the enrollments for the next year.
Clarifying question. For SOC, you have it as the low enrollment and the unicorn as the same.
Yeah, I mean, those, again, so going back in my presentation.
And 25-26, they're all the same.
Yeah, so when it comes to SB and SOC, their enrollments are substantiated by large wait lists. Like,
I'm just saying that your ultra high and your low are both the same number.
So here's the thing. When it comes to a school like SOC, what is our limiting factor? Space. So taking into consideration, if you look at SV, now that the middle school's moving off that school site, right? And now there's empty spaces in which we can occupy, there is growth potential there. So that's why you'll see a change at SV. At SOC, right, there is no other growth potential other than additional affordables.
But that's the high.
Yeah.
What about the pro?
So
I get they have a huge wait list. We're
Yeah.
not expecting, and we have matriculation information.
But there's been scenarios where we've had empty seats and people not put off the wait list in those empty seats for several months that have impacted our budget.
yeah, so I was not the chief business officer during that time, or And so what I can say is that we've made it a point to, if throughout the year students leave our programs, we backfill with the wait list. I can't speak to whatever was done in the past, but I know for certain that, and Ms. Bernardino is not here, but yeah, we fill those seats, right? Because if we get a student at SOC that matriculate in third grade and matriculate all the way through middle school, like we've had that student, it made an impact on that student's life from third grade onward, right? And so we do try to, as best we can, at the elementary school sites to fill those seats that we have empty. And they're substantiated by those wait lists.
The wait list, so like at SOC, there's a wait list for every single grade.
Yes.
That is deep.
Yeah.
Currently,
Yeah, obviously the wait lists are a little bit more, they're heavier in the earlier grade, I think TK, kinder and first. They start to drop off as you get on through to fifth grade. However, yeah, there's still a very substantial wait list. So this is for informational purposes only. I know it's a lot, so you guys can follow along on your presentation sheets. So this is the high enrollment. So if you look at, I mean, the biggest concern we've always had since I've come here to Oxford Preparatory Academy was the middle school. If we were to hit all of the students that we have currently accepting enrollments, we have a pretty sizable surplus for the middle school. And that's including a $428,000 one-time relocation cost, right? Again, the only one of the things to consider here is SB starts at a slightly deficit spend, but again, like a school like SOC, they have a very robust budget and they have great year-over-year surpluses.
Yeah, but for some reason, SV, they always end the books in the red, like every year.
Yeah, so SV, so that's a great question. So SV has the same programs at SOC, except SOC, so the staffing is the same, but SOC has more students.
Okay. I
Yeah,
got it.
yeah, and also throughout the year, I mean, we also budget 100% of, so like if the employee has, we have hard caps on their medical premiums, right? So $12,000. Sometimes through the year after open enrollment, we find out that they waive their coverage and they get onto their spouse's coverage, or their single coverage, instead of it only comprehensively costing $12,000, it's only $8,000. So at first interim, again, these different intervals of which I do financial reporting, we capture those savings, right? So low enrollment, this is a little bit of a tougher look for the middle school. Again, if we almost stay at current enrollment alongside our one-time costs, we definitely spend almost $1 million. Right? Again, if we keep lower SOC, you can see here we have a more robust program in terms of revenues. And again, SV also has a structural deficit. Now, this is our budget. This is the Goldilocks scenario that we've used in working with and trying to project out like where we're gonna be at. We are projecting a slight deficit of $304,000 at the middle school, a slight surplus at SV, and a pretty sizable surplus at SOC. Just also things to consider. We are servicing $60,000 of the loan that we currently have with Commerce West, and additionally we have $428,000 of one-time expenditures budgeted at the middle school. This doesn't take into consideration any other one-time monies that we might get. Again, SV and SOC was not budgeting any additional TK monies that we might get. So there definitely is some upside, but again, we are trying to stay conservative, just so that in the event of any like quick changes or miscalculations of enrollment come the start of school, it makes us a little bit more nimble in making some moves to ensure fiscal sustainability.
Wait, just let me make sure I'm looking at these correctly.
Mhm.
That 1,400 some odd money for moving.
Mhm.
I don't see it in the high enrollment one, but I might be missing it. I assume it'd be under services and other operating. So it's like 1,016,000 there.
Mhm.
Then on the other two budget it's 1,400,000, which I assume captures it in those budgets, but not this high enrollment.
Yeah.
budget. Is that right?
Yeah, it should be budgeted there.
I think it's missing. Cause you see it's on the other.
Yeah,
one.
I see it. I see what you're talking about.
Well, and then that's,
428.
that's different than what is in the preliminary budget, this 17-page packet. Cause see, that shows that number. Oh, here. That shows the 1.4. Let's see this number too, which is the student. No, it's different.
So.
It's like that's 428.
When one number's off, then I question the other numbers. That's not fun. And I think it might just be in this one column.
Do you want us to move on and come back to?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll find it right now. Oh, you're right. Not there. Yeah, well, it's the problem. We're working with 3 different scenarios. We did miss the one-time cost on the high one.
Okay.
Lo and behold, yeah, so there would be a significant change there. Another thing to note for the high enrollment, there are additional teachers for that budget as well. So it's just something to take note of.
So I think one thing that would be super helpful is to have a way that's showing in the budget what those one-time expenses are for the
Mhm.
move, like in your own category, or are you putting it in each individual?
Oh, it's
category?
in its own category.
Okay.
At this level though, so traditionally through SACS, which is the standard accounting code system, which is utilized by us, but also all local education agencies in the state of California, we roll up based on expenditure type, whether it's certificate salaries, classified salaries, if it's services, things that are materials and supplies, whether they be tangible and or intangible, to give to you in a digestible format. Now, if you'd like for me to, yeah, I mean, I could pull that out on this one thing like we've done with these other outflows, which is servicing of the loan at the middle school. I can make that happen. I just try to give it to you as 20,000 feet up in at a higher level. But definitely, yeah, definitely oversight and missing that one of this high enrollment. So I apologize on that one.
Did the finance committee look over these different forecasts?
The finance committee looked over these at the May meeting.
So you didn't catch the discrepancy at that point with the projections?
That was not in the preliminary stuff that was given to us.
Oh, so the
Yeah, they
finance
have that.
committee did not
They-
review these then?
Well, I mean, they were still getting.
They were getting
contracts.
everything together for the middle school, so we didn't have all the projected cost for the relocation.
That's okay, my question was it reviewed? I was told yes, and then I'm hearing no, because you didn't have everything yet. Is that right? Okay,
Reviewed some of it.
some of it, gotcha,
Mhm.
thank you.
Okay, so next steps. You have the board, you guys have to approve this budget no later than June 30th, 2025. A public hearing must be held at the same time for the budget and as well as the LCAP. The LCAP must be adopted before the proposed budget can be adopted. Oversight agencies, OCDE, Capstone USD must also receive and approve the charter budgets.
Okay.
Okay, and then once the state budget's approved, we're gonna review the enacted state budget and for any material changes that may happen in the next 45 days. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next, so you're up with Aurelia. Item D is the OPA SOC, OPA SB, and OPA middle school enrollment numbers.
Great, so let's talk about enrollment. Riveting. Okay, so 3 feet, as I explained or tried to explain in the previous presentation, is our budgeted enrollment numbers are going to be different than what we've done through lottery and open enrollment, right? Lottery started March 14th and post lottery started May 1st. Open enrollment started January 27th and has gone through February 28th. So the enrollment projection for I wish Aurelia was here because she oversees a lot of these processes, but I'm doing my best to give you as much information as you can in terms of the different enrollments for Saddleback Valley. During our open enrollment and lottery process, we did make, again, you can see here in terms of offers accepted, TK is obviously filled out. We do have a lot more offers. So the offers category is going to be more of your lottery that come in, or the lotteries that come in. The matriculating column is students that do the intent to re-enroll forms that we have students enroll families fill out. We have a few offers pending for second grade, and our current estimated enrollment is 580. One thing to consider is the auxiliary or space at SV. Do you have questions over here?
No, I'm looking at some information, thank you.
So at SV, there's gonna be room 13. Currently, it's utilized as a non-student space. Some different options we were considering to do with the space is, one, use it as a dedicated library. Alternatively, you could use an alternative library space combined with the STEAM classroom in room 12. It is one of the biggest classrooms at SV. Tuesdays, the space isn't being utilized, so that would be like the library day that would be rotating and really maximize the space in terms of utilization potential. Again, another thing we can consider doing is having a smaller class of space with the right up. And another consideration is utilizing office space to pull staff or to pull students out for staff. So, i.e., intervention, English learners, things of that nature. And SOC, obviously, look at offers accepted 80 TKers. We have 2 classroom spaces for TK. We have a morning and an afternoon program. So that's where you see a lot more of the enrollments in terms of like offers being accepted. Again, the matriculating students coming up, we do have a significant portion of students that are matriculating up, and our current estimated enrollment is 734, right? Again, the caveat is like these numbers will change. If you guys can recall, the lottery process started March 4th and post lottery started May 1st, and open enrollment starts January 27th to February 28th, which is quite a ways away. So and again, as we start to begin school, there may be changes where students move away, or they decide to go to SUSD schools or private schools or what have you. Here's the middle school. Again, we have through again, since the 6th grade, technically the middle school is its own LEA. All the students that would be matriculating from OPA schools are going to be in the offers accepted column. We've had a good conversion rate in matriculating from 6th to 7th and 7th to 8th. Again, the caveat is we don't know is there going to be a drop off? This past year, we did have a pretty substantial drop off at the beginning of the year from 6th to 7th grade. That's why we use different confidence levels of which we think that we're going to convert them into being students. We do expect, again, these numbers to change. There may be students that decide to go to, again, a traditional SVUSD school, since middle school does start in 7th grade for that district. As well as if they decide to go to another charter school or private school. SV virtual learning, we still are continuing our virtual program, which is essentially our independent study course program, being that it's not a registered online program through CDE. We have 8 students that are currently estimated. That again may change just depending on how the year happens.
Which budget is that being reflected in?
SV.
This is SV.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Middle school virtual enrollments, we have 12. Again, things are going to change. These are The thing about projections is that as a snapshot in time, they could be one number, and then as we get through the year, they're gonna change. Similar to our budgets, at different intervals, they're snapshot in time, so just something to consider.
Can I ask a quick question there? Is 12? And I understand it's a projection, so it could go up, but say it stayed at 12, is that covering our cost of ownership to have the program?
For elementary school, it's easier to project because when you have one grade, right? It's in middle school, there's multiple different.
Teachers per period.
Yeah, so in terms of.
I would overall say no.
Mhm.
And so this year, when we moved the lottery up and we made those significant changes to the lottery process itself.
Yeah.
We didn't have the conversation on the virtual academy. The virtual academy analysis really is going to be conducted this year to determine what do we really want to do with that, but we're going to work with our staff, we're going to also work with leadership at the school sites and then plus central office. To determine, is this something that we want to move forward with? Is this not? Why not? I mean, I don't want to, worry anybody out there, but I think these conversations need to be had next year. And then really make a robust decision with the board as to what we want to do with these programs. If we do want to keep it, how do we then grow it so that it does cover costs? And then if we don't, then how do we dismantle it? What do we do with it at that point?
Well, how much are we losing on it? I mean, I think that would be helpful to know. It's like, what is actually our loss on it now?
We would have to go back and actually
Yeah, I'd have to
calculate
look at.
between the teachers, the enrollment,
Yeah.
and then where it would substantiate or where it would end once we start the school year.
I think,
We could bring that number back to you.
yeah, I think obviously in the wake of COVID and distance learning, it was a viable option. I'm sure there was a lot more, throughout the state. It was a big push for virtual learning. I mean, all learning was essentially virtual for a short time frame. So yeah, we're still like in the echoes of that now.
But this discussion and analysis would be on our docket to do in the fall, because before we run the lottery, we would have to know and slate what options that families would have.
Yeah.
But I also do know that there's a lot of family, and this is coming from Ms. Bernardino, who's been working with OPA for a long time. There's a lot of students who they apply, if they're going through lottery, they'll apply to all programs. So like, if they don't get an in-person one, they'll take a virtual placement, and then sometimes if we have a seat that opens up, they could be somebody that would like to fill in and be in that in-person environment. But just knowing from her experience, or pulling from her experience, I know that there's a lot of families that through the lottery process, if they don't get in, like they try to use that as a way to get in as well. So.
I have a couple of clarifying questions. One, do these projections meet our space limitations via Prop 39?
For SOC, yes. For SV, yes. For the middle school, we are going to be tight on space. Again, we don't have, with SV and SOC, we have a lot of different years of projecting out enrollments. For the middle school, being that there was only like 1-2 years, so 23, 24, and 24, 25, of which this past year Dr. Frigger and I and Rosa lived through the experience of not having almost 80 students show up, which presented a massive challenge in terms of how do you mitigate $800,000 to $1 million in revenue loss, because we are funded on current year enrollment in ADA.
And we are looking at the space specifically with regard to the middle school, the allocation that was given to us. There was a site walk that was done to calculate square footage, and then there's information that's going back and forth between us and SVSD to try to advocate for additional space, or more equivalent, not additional space, more equivalent space would be the way to phrase that.
Your SLC projection is one student over your cap from your budget thing, is that a concern?
I didn't, as Aurelia looks at the different enrollments and through the lottery and over, like, she added one extra student and I didn't capture it on.
Okay, and then middle school, your projection is
A little bit off.
600, but your budget is different because you're assuming not everyone is actually.
What is your ratios for the different class sizes?
For what school?
Let's they're different at the different schools, so like so we don't have like first grade across the board, SOC and SV?
Yeah, I can't tell you the ratios exactly.
Okay,
We did standardize our student to teacher ratios this year, and we rolled them back to when we were still TK8s.
okay,
So in the lottery process, when we filled the lottery, we rolled them back to those original rates. So
okay,
I can, publish out, or we can give you those in an email update or in a board update at some
Okay.
point. We did not exceed them unless the natural matriculation
Cost it.
exceeded it.
got
So
it,
we didn't turn any, so if a student went up from like 3rd to 4th grade, we didn't remove any students because they didn't meet the ratio or they were slightly above the ratio.
okay,
We did try to balance across and make sure that not more than one student exceeded that ratio number in any specific classroom.
okay,
But we held them down to the original rates. This caused some sort of concern for both SV and SOC in that the enrollment rate from last year did drop
mhm,
a bit. Now, SOC, just by its matriculation of expanding to 4 classrooms per grade level, you're now rolling
You have a
that
bump.
up.
yeah, you're,
So it caught itself up and it went back to normal or even. SV doesn't have that expansion from 3 classrooms per grade level to 4
mhm,
yet. So we didn't have a matriculating classroom up to shorten up that gap. So with the facility use agreement, we did gain a classroom at the SV campus just by proxy of the assigned agreement. That added on a 2nd grade classroom to the SV campus. So now it's back to kind of its equivalent projected enrollment from the Prop 39 process. The one area, just to segue into a different conversation, the one area that's still kind of up for determination would be that room 13. And I know that some people have, asked about like what could we put a library back? What would that look like? Where would it go? And so we do have options for the board to consider in terms of where we could put a library and or again, back to the facility use agreement for the Prop 39 process. In order to gain another classroom, and this would be a discussion if the board would like to gain a classroom or not. If we want to gain a classroom for the following fiscal year, then we would have to grow at the SV campus by 28 students. So that would be gaining a class, you would have to gain by 28 students, which is a classroom of students in order to gain one room back, which was on that middle school side of the physical structure. So that's really segueing into a different conversation, but we can get to the enrollment ratios. We did roll them back and we held them,
okay,
except in those cases where it just naturally matriculated up. We did not remove any students.
yeah, okay, so there's like a bubble class now in 2nd grade, right? So that grade will always have the bigger,
That will
Class
then
now.
matriculate up,
Okay.
yeah.
and so like the TK ratio, well, 2 questions about TK. All the TK students are fully funded this year?
Yes.
They are fully-
Okay, just wanna ask the question
Yeah,
for
so
the
the-
sake of the record,
Yes,
and then what's the ratio for TK?
1 to 10.
10,
1 to 10, okay,
if we exceed that, when we do our audit every year, we're actually in our interim audit, we have to provide class rosters and the staffing assigned to those classes, so it's just the benefit of how they test them, so.
yeah, that would be, I think that would be great to see. And then the other question is when it comes to matriculation for the middle school, it would be great to see how many kids are matriculated from SOC and SB to equal that 235 number.
I know Aurelia is working on
Yeah.
that data for you.
Okay, yeah.
We can probably bring that back for the next meeting if we want,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be great, because I do think, and then obviously 488 is our estimated enrollment. How many middle school students have been retained since the announcement came out about the transition to the new location?
Can you say that again?
So 588 was our projected enrollment.
Uh-huh.
From 588, how many have been re-attained or reconfirmed, however you want to say it, after the news about the new middle school came out?
And I can bring back those specific numbers to
Okay.
you as well as at the next meeting.
Okay, perfect.
Or in a board update.
Yeah.
For you, just to get that information to you. I do know that in terms of the amount of students that decided or let us know that they did not want to
Mhm.
move forward, we're at 14.
Okay, so we're at 14, but you still
Confirmed
have
14 that
that are not coming.
that are not.
But you still have like a group that you don't know.
We still have a group of about 70 students that they are calling to see and like triple confirming to see like what status that they're leaning towards for the following year.
And so when you take this 588, is that factoring in those 70 unknowns?
The 588
No, I mean,
is not factoring in the 70.
It's factor in.
It does factor in the 14 level.
Okay, thank you. I see where it's going. Thank you.
So there
And
is
so 588, so the other 500-ish have confirmed, or reconfirmed?
yes, we do have a lot that have confirmed and double confirmed and. some
Okay,
triple
yeah,
confirmed.
however you want to say it.
I know that the prior number of individuals that did not indicate was like 150, and so they're gradually
Okay, so
working on
they-
that number down.
Okay, great. So we have about at least 500 we know are coming, a little over 500.
That's how much we are have indication that they are coming.
Okay, all right.
Last year, we did have some families who did confirm to come and then
And then-
did not show up on the
okay.
day.
Okay,
80, right? No.
80.
yeah, well, that's why I'm, that
80.
70 number has me worried.
80 was the number from last year that did not show up on the first day of
Yeah.
school.
So if you could give us the,
I will give you, yeah.
Yeah.
The carpool will hold.
yes, for sure, for sure. We have a presentation on Thursday. Okay, any other questions about enrollment?
So just to just kind of get direction from the board, our recommendation for the room 13 at SV would be to try to put in a small first grade classroom, which would add about 20 students to the SV campus. The way to accommodate the library would be to, like Mr. Laurel said, make better use of the STEAM lab. The STEAM lab is moving into what the former library was, but it's only used 4 days a week. On that day that the STEAM room would not be used, we could rotate the campus in on an every other week basis to get library and put the library in the perimeter of that room's, that original space, and there's tables and things, that we could try to make that work. Any thoughts or any comments that are going?
So how would that work in future years in terms of, it would always be, that room would move up as a second, third, et cetera class in future years, or it would just be a first grade class always?
That would be the entry point for that enrollment moving up, and it would just be 20 the following year. Hopefully, we would gain back a classroom that would go to be a second grade classroom, and then we would fill it to classroom size
Yeah.
at the second grade level.
Oh, I see.
Would you then match that library time with SOCs with the schools?
So the other thing that we have done, going back to your point, Ms. Travis, on the SC budget, what we did try to do this year is also match the instructional minutes between SV and SOC. So that their extra classes, which would be your language classes, your music classes, we did add Taekwondo, we're adding Taekwondo back. I think we're just signing the contracts for that as well. So those would now all be aligned to be the same minutes. It's about 40 to 45 minutes, I think, in the instructional minutes to account for them. But last year they were not the same. So SV had more of that extra time for those specialty classes, which resulted in full-time staff for those specialty areas. Moving forward, because we made the two campuses align, you're gonna see some of those staff just matriculate between the campuses. Not on the same day, but because they are only offered specific days, they would go to one campus one day and be at the other campus the 3 days. Or 4 days.
Did that answer your question?
No,
Yeah, I didn't think so.
how does the time that SV gets library then impact SOC?
They would all be the same. So all of the ancillary classes, the rotational classes out would be the same.
Does that mean they lose library time at the end of SOC?
Yeah.
What is it now?
There's library time every day,
Well,
depending on what class.
So it comes out to like once a week,
Could-
once every other week? That would.
I think most classes go.
It would be the same minutes. So the two different campuses would have the same amount of minutes.
I'm just saying currently, the preceding year, SOC had it, I just don't know what the increment is. How often they went to.
I don't know I don't know the rotation in terms of if it's every day or every other day. But we try to align the instructional minutes of what students would get at the different specialty areas.
If there's only one room, that would probably, I mean, one room in one day. That would mean multiple classes would be utilizing that space at the same time. Can that room handle that many students for a library?
I don't know that answer in terms of what class configurations would go at the same time. We just asked them to align the same number of minutes of time in the library, and could that happen given the one day and then a periodic rotation through the library?
I'm curious more even on in like the whole scope of things, because one of the things that makes OPA special is how much we do all the extra stuff. And I'm just trying to understand what you're saying in the sense of like, by standardizing it, are we now taking away special stuff from both schools to make it
We're not
less?
taking special stuff away from both schools,
Okay.
we're aligning it to the SOC campus.
Okay,
So whatever the SOC structure was in terms of how many minutes they had in the specialty areas, we tried to align SV to that.
okay,
So we didn't want to decrease what was already there.
okay.
I think I need to see this.
We can bring the,
Yes,
we can bring
some
the
numbers
instructional
in.
minute calendars back
You
to
don't
you.
mind.
Yeah,
Sorry.
for sure.
It's hard to. I can see conceptualize.
So would you want that for the July meeting?
Probably set the best time.
Yes,
Well,
because we
let's
can't do it for
full
Thursday. We
yeah.
can't do it for Thursday. Thursday's already posted.
But
Oh, that's
would
good.
this,
Yeah.
would this impact contracts? Cause now we're sharing specialty staff when I don't believe we're sharing any right now.
We were not sharing prior.
So then would it impact contracts?
Can you think of a contract that it impacted negatively?
No.
I can't think of one.
I think just one school had more, so we kind of now were, the school that didn't have enough, we were sharing that person to align with them. So there was more downtime in certain spaces. Again, it's a lot easier to explain if you could see their grids. So where there was more people needing to share those people at SOC because there's more staff. Now we will move the people over from SV on certain days to provide those extra minutes at SOC. So
Okay.
they're not
Like that.
spread as thin.
That budgetarily gets complicated, right? Because now that person has to get paid by both campuses.
They do get paid by individual campuses. There was no like reduction, of course, there was no negative impact to staff in doing that. But they will be apportioned from the correct.
But it will
budgets.
probably actually,
Yeah, probably
it
help us.
positively impact
It
SB.
actually-
Yeah, exactly.
SB.
Maybe that's what
Exactly.
And it alleviates some at SOC because they were, some of their staff was struggling to cover all of the classroom spaces, so they actually get a little help on the staffing side at SOC as well.
That sounds really good.
But we can bring those back for July, I just put it on the July meeting.
Thank you.
And then, any thoughts on the additional first grade, or would we prefer?
I'm fine with whatever the staff recommend. Is it on the agenda for us to vote or? you
It's
just
not about,
first?
it's just
Okay.
like getting a feeling of what preferences are. I know that some people had specific desires for the library. There's a lot of other folks that had specific
Why?
desire for like what's happening to the libraries.
Well, I just think, especially after the librarian spoke at whatever meeting that was, I think a lot of SV parents took that as, hey, the middle school's getting a library. The SOC campus is getting a library. What about us, you know, especially as all these changes were happening.
Do we have to make this decision
No,
today?
it's not decision, just I just want to gather your feedback or
Well,
thoughts on.
Don't you not need it to place those kids?
Well, if we added in a first grade classroom, we
Okay.
would definitely want to offer that first grade classroom. I was just trying to get your pulse on if you had a strong opinion one way or the other on it.
How would adding 20 kids impact our Prop 39 growth for the out years?
That's a great question. So actually, when I ran the numbers of students that were actually in district, so within SBUSC's boundaries in person, we had 500 students that were in district in person. Now, if the projection for 25-26 in district in person students was 527. Now adding the second grade, puts us at about 528, which is at our current projected, in-district, in-person enrollment for fiscal year 25-26 per our facility use agreement with SBUST. Now, in adding, first year class that is a majority in-district students are identified as in-district students on that wait list. That would bump our number up from 528 to, 548, right? We do need 555 students that are in district in person to get one additional classroom for fiscal year 26-27. If we hit, I believe 583 students that are in district in person by April 1st, then we would get two classrooms. Now, we have moved the lottery process up in order to capture those students. So if we can continue to have that lottery process moved up, so getting new students coming in and substantiating the matriculating students via the intent to re-enroll forms, that could be enough to push us over the 583 in order for us to get the 2 additional classrooms without stacking the kids in this current year. I just think that having as many students as we can in this current year to get us closer to that number would make it easier for us to make that jump in the following year. Now, there are about 4 or 5 classrooms we can gain on the backside of SV, whereas they're currently we're the middle school. So yeah, I think the plan is to expand out and fill out into the different classroom spaces without obviously impacting classroom sizes, right?
Right.
So
We want to hold the classroom sizes at this low rate,
mhm,
and just kind of. The question on the table is, do we try to go for additional classrooms the following year? Or not, and if we don't want to increase class size, which, I'm not proposing that we do, we would have to increase some other way. And this one room provides a way to at least increase by 20 students.
And they'll, I guess you can't predict what Mr. Craven will say, but if we're at 548 and then the lottery affords us and it's get the room based solely on those numbers.
yeah, so long as that we've run our process, so.
As long as we can substantiate the enrollment projection.
Now, the hard part, I think in this current year, for 25-26, the facilities agreement through Prop 39, it's difficult because we started that process in October, November, and then, in the middle school's case, we were down like 75, 80 students from the jump, and then, which lowered our projections, and then we burned through our wait list. So it definitely, in the middle school's case, like cut our legs out a little bit from underneath us. But in the case for SV alone, it's a lot more substantiated just due to the wait list. And I think the closer we can get to that number, I think it would make our job easier in like getting those additional spaces. Because we're able to substantiate it not only by intent to enroll, but actual students who are attending. Furthermore, students that we're accepting that are in district in person through the lottery that have also accepted. So that deadline is April 1st. So.
And the question really is do we want to reclaim some of those rooms on the top side, which was the former middle school, or do we not? So we would have to come up with a strategy as to if that's kind of the way the thinking is going, or if that's not the way the thinking is going. Either we strategize to get it, or we, status quo.
But we're fine for this year, for in. Okay.
Yeah, so adding the
Secondary.
secondary class, which is at about 5.
Back to even.
But I feel like there's different variables I'm hearing, like, and I'm not clear cause I feel like I heard you say, but maybe I was incorrect. That in order to maintain our class size, we need to add another 20 students. So we to do that, we would need to grow and.
So we rolled back our class ratios to the original prior middle school split off numbers values. Which at SV both campuses did drop by about a classroom.
Okay.
SOC is naturally rolling up, so they naturally go back to normal. We did gain a classroom in Prop 39 at SV. And so by adding that second grade class, it rolls us back up to that normal projection time, that projection line. So the question really is, if we want to ask for an additional classroom for the following fiscal year, when we come to that lottery timeframe by the April 1st deadline, do we want to add an additional smaller first grade classroom to help us get to that number where we can then substantiate gaining another classroom for the following year? We are fine for this year because we added that second grade class at SV.
So you don't need it for this
You
year?
don't need it for
Okay,
this year.
that's fine.
It would just be if the board decides or the will of the board is to try to get some of those classroom spaces for the out years, the upcoming years.
We could pick up classroom space in the lottery since it's earlier.
Since we've moved the lottery up, we
Mhm.
can theoretically pick up.
So we don't necessarily need a classroom today. So it could be a library.
Right.
And we pick up more in the lottery. I'm against rolling back library time across both campuses. I think one day is not enough
Okay.
for all the kids.
And that's for the reason the options are on the table. It's like, how can we do this? What strategies can we use based on, do we want to grow? Are we fine this year? Are we fine, willing to wait to see what the lottery process does? And if we can gain that way or substantiate the enrollment that way.
I would agree with you. I think that's one thing that makes OPA special, is all the extra special stuff. So,
And that's the reason why we brought Taekwondo back. We hadn't
Mm-hmm.
had that for a couple of years. It was really important for us to get that back.
mhm. Okay, so shall we maybe move on? Because I think this is
Yeah.
great conversation for our July meeting, that we're gonna be talking about the bigger stuff, so maybe if it's good, we can move on.
Sure.
Okay. All right, next is the 26-27 school calendar process and proposed calendar. Ms. Burdette.
Thank you, board of directors. Okay, hopefully mine's a little lighter. So just recently, we sent out some surveys to families and to staff regarding the pending 26-27 student calendar. And so I'm gonna quickly go through some of the survey results, and then we'll share some of our recommendations based on the data that we received and ask for any input that you might have before we make any decisions. So quick overview of who responded to the survey. We had by site, the staff, it was pretty even between all three sites and the central office, so pretty much 100% of our staff responded. In terms of the actual school site families responding, this was a little bit different. Obviously, SOC is a lot bigger than the other campuses, a little bit smaller on the middle school side. And in terms of where the students' home districts are housed, the vast majority are responding from SVUSD families. So the first question that was asked is, what day of the week staff and parents prefer the professional development? It's currently an early out Friday. So from the families, a very vast majority stated they want to leave Friday as is. A very, very small percentage said a different day, and then only a few said possibly a late start. And it was very similar on the staff survey. So again, it was an overwhelming support to leave the shortened professional development day as an early out on Fridays for families moving forward for the next calendar. And then the next question was a little more specific to the middle school, since the middle school's on semesters, not on trimesters, was what is the preference with leaving the first semester ending at the start of winter break versus coming back? If we shifted calendars, it would shift the semester end to after winter break. And so again, about 73% agreed that it was necessary to finish it before we go on winter break. Over 24% really didn't have a preference.
No one wants to study during winter break, apparently.
Agreed.
That's what that tells you. Yep.
And so this then aligned with that question, so people could kind of think about when we're asking them when should school start or when should school end, they have to go back, and if they are a middle school family, it does impact that winter break. So again, it was a fairly even split between mid-August and late August. Only a few preferred early August, and currently we do start in the second full week of August. So this was just based on the family survey. And then the next question was the preferred length of winter break, determining how that would impact our calendar, whether it would be 3 weeks, whether it would be 2 weeks and we'd add an additional recess somewhere else attached to spring break, a ski week, or whether we would reduce the beginning. So the start of school would start a little later, we would end a little earlier. So again, the first choice, almost 60%, was keep the 3 weeks where it's at winter break. And then we did ask what is your second choice? And then the second choice, it was really kind of an even split. Again, 33% said reduce the beginning and end time. But again, overall, the vast majority did want to keep the 3 weeks as their first choice.
Sorry, but the second choice, they still picked 3 weeks?
Well, maybe they picked the 2 weeks, the first.
Oh,
So if they chose
Wow.
2 weeks,
Friday choice.
and I'm a little confused, they just were asked if, yeah, if you had another choice.
Any fun?
Or they revoted, they said first choice and second choice.
Right, okay.
So really looking at first choice, that was the real determining factor. The second choice was asked in case we had kind of more of a tie to begin with. And then in terms of, again, going back to the preferred length of winter break, because we weren't sure how that would turn out. It was, again, first and foremost, 3 weeks versus 2 weeks. And then if you went to 2 weeks, how would you prefer to use it? 62% again said adjusting the start and end of the school year. It really wasn't about adding an additional break to the middle of the school year.
And this is all the schools?
Yes. So kind of an overview, we also asked for some comments, and these were in most common ones were keep the calendar how it is. Again, specifically the 3-week break was a very common theme. The second most common theme was a request to end the year earlier and start later. We had a lot of families, again, because over 68% were from SVUSD, asking to align it closer with SVUSD. More feedback that the 3-week break is part of what makes OPA unique. Another request was possibly add an extra week if we went to 2-week winter break to create a 2-week spring break. Suggestions for giving days off for other religious holidays. And then from the staff specifically, they pretty much said, don't change anything.
Can I ask a question? Why did it say align calendar with SAB FLA? Capo isn't, don't we have more kids from Capo?
No.
Even SOC?
So that in terms of the respondents on this survey.
Oh, I got it.
The
Okay.
majority were families with students that would have been in
Okay,
SVUSD.
got it.
It wasn't necessarily that more
I got it.
SOC
Okay.
parents didn't respond.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. That's what my clarifying question.
Yes. And then so based on all of the data and based on the survey, the recommendations at this time are to keep the 3-week winter break. If you were so inclined to suggest differently, it would be the second option would be to reduce it to 2 weeks and adjust the start and end times of the school year. Definitely a high percentage want to keep Friday as an early dismissal. And we want to continue to align our spring break with Capo and SVUSD. It's not tied to the Easter holiday, but we are currently in alignment with Capo and SVUSD for that particular break. Currently this year, the calendar aligned with both. The proposed calendar aligns with Capo for 26-27, and we have not seen SVUSDs for 26-27. So we're basing this on the 25-26 school year at this time.
Any questions?
We're keeping 3 weeks because most of the families said it and the staff, because families, the 2 weeks one.
So that was a little bit different. So
59%. Oh, that's definitely.
So initially, the first question was the preferred length of winter break.
But that's staff.
And
I'm saying because
staff.
families, for families.
And then
2 weeks
families,
one.
it was 2 weeks, 47, 3 weeks, 44%.
So because staff also picked 3 weeks for.
It was
which
kind
is-
of
that's
an
over two-
average of the survey data.
That's what, yeah.
So that's why this is, again, just kind of an overview, a snapshot dependent, and a lot more families responded than staff. So somebody can consult.
Right. Any questions? Okay, staying down with good. Epicenter, Dr. Saber.
Thank you very much. So Epicenter is just a tool that we are looking at that houses all of our documents in one place. It would be distributed out by license, meaning if staff came in and out, like staff would get a license, but all of the documents would be housed or in one repository. It would create transparency and collaboration and maintain consistency with all of our internal documents. We do upload our documents to Epicenter for the county. And it has been told to us in our last site visit from Capo that they are looking at this as well for the transfer of documents between our organization and their organization. Right now, we do have the Google platform. Sometimes Google is very proprietary to the person who either makes the document or has initiated the document. And so therefore, if there's transition, it's very difficult to kind of go back in. Our great assistant Jonathan has to go in and just retrieve documents from other people's accounts in order for us, the new staff coming on to get access to them. So just a brief overview for collaboration across the organization. A system like this will be helpful. It also has workflows in it, so when we hire in new individuals, it goes through an onboarding workflow. And then also, as people leave the organization, it goes through an exiting workflow. So that helps them to make sure that all of those points along the way are shorn up and attended to. You can assess, like performance, you can monitor things going through the workflow, or you can monitor things in the system. Definitely the document management is an area where we would like to shore up some things. And then, just make things, operations a little bit more streamlined within the organization, so that everybody has a one-stop shop of a place to go and look for information that you are seeking. Flow and implementation, I talked about this a little bit. It does have a dashboard where you can see, so if a document is going through like a workflow situation, you can see where it is, where it gets stuck, or where, who has it next. So you can see and track whatever it is that you're working on and make sure that it gets to the end point in a timely fashion. And then it just becomes that central hub for us. So right now, this is just a presentation to the board of something that we are looking for. Everything that we bring in new is something that we want to pass through the board, make sure that the board is aware of what we're doing and why we're doing that. And then we are looking at just gaining that contract and seeing what that looks like in terms of adding it on to our systems approach to manage all of the documents in the organization. And that's just it in a nutshell.
Would you be moving our board stuff off Google into that?
So with the board docs, we have it in the Google Docs as well as in the Gamut system that Dr. Hinman had brought in at the workshop in July. We would be talking about migrating to one system, so it wouldn't be uploaded in both, it would just be uploaded in one system.
And is that system this?
That system would be the Gamut system.
Okay,
How does this work for student documents, if this is replacing the Google and it's?
It won't be, it just would be replacing it for the administrative purposes, it would not be replacing it for student purposes.
That's that, what's the? Presented.
Canvas.
Canvas. Which is very
That-
helpful.
Canvas would be like,
And Canvas,
educational.
I mean, that would be taking over middle school.
that would be the middle schools, like repository.
Transition.
Yeah.
Still access to Google, that's where
It
teachers
integrates
and
in.
housing and kids are integrating it too.
Any other questions?
Is Epicenter focused on educational environments? Like, I'm just wondering why Epicenter versus like a Microsoft suite?
Epicenter is the organizational preference for OCDE. And now Kappa would be going to that as well, in terms of managing the documents. I'm not as familiar with if the Microsoft suite has like a workflow system where we can actually go through and then, each department has their own task asserted with, the stages of like the workflow system. I'm just not familiar with that, but we can look at a different one. This is just, kind of where our thoughts are, is to try to get a document system to have a one-stop shop and then have a workflow system that would assist in getting all of the details attended to. But it doesn't mean that we have to go with this system.
I'm not opposed to it, I'm just curious about our exploration and comparing and contrasting. And if we're just going off of what the other district or the
No, we
uses, or
we did look at 2 other systems as well. I don't remember the names of what those other ones were, but we did have demonstrations on 2 others.
Document tracking.
Document
Document tracking. Which are used by other, the county I came from, San Antonio County used that, about the county. I think also too, when you talk about, like Microsoft, like Office Suite, we don't use Outlook, we're a G Suite organization, so like Google, it's like, would it be duplicative to like purchase that system? Not that I know like how much that would cost, but like if you're buying for that whole system, you would obviously be running off of Outlook, where we use G Suite for all of our emails and stuff like that, so. So just something to
And I
keep
could
in
be
mind.
wrong, but I believe OneDrive has the same problem. If you don't share it, you don't see it.
Whereas like some school districts also have like internal servers, I mean, we don't, but I've worked places where you have a server, but then obviously you have a pretty big capital expenditure that every, 8 to 10 years, you're having to replace a server. And so there's no Goldilocks scenario in terms of.
I think with Epicenter, there's just a lot more functionality where other districts are using doc tracking and Title I trade. So now they're using multiple systems to avoid the Google Drive.
And did you budget for the system in the budget?
We did have a budget for SaaS or included.
Okay.
Theirs as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
SaaS.
Gym is compatible with Canvas, sorry.
Epicenter is more on the
It
administration
doesn't
side.
be,
SaaS being software as a service.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Next, OPA board policy update.
So, with regard to board policies, we, were working towards, kind of implementing and then updating some of our board policies. I was asked to check with our legal to see what board policies we really do have to update and which ones we don't. I talked to Miriam at YMC, she was a plethora of information, so thank you for the contact. What she did say is that there are like a handful of policies that we have to adopt the entirety of the policy. And then there are things that would be in, obligatory measures inside of our annual update or the data confirmation that families have to sign when they register for students in every single school year. So I wanted to bring back the conversation to the board just to see what the board was thinking in terms of moving forward as to how we want to update policy and what policies we want to update. We were looking at that list of like roughly 60 board policies that I'd mentioned before. Some of them are the board policies that we have to update entirety, and then some of those board policies are reflective of the annual updates of information that we have to, conditionally do every single year for families. So at this point, I kind of just open it up for direction in terms of how, where, when, like what. Are we gonna do it through the governance committee or through like the different committees that the board has to update? Like fiscal committee would update their fiscal policy. Governance would obviously do the governance, academic excellence would do academic policies. And how and what would the board like to see in terms of us moving forward and getting some of the policies that we need to update updated?
Well, I think the first thing that I'd like to see is what policies that YMC recommend that we do. And like get their guidance on that, because to me, that's the biggest thing is we want to make sure they're the right charter school policies. And I know we have a lot of policies on the books, so is it, what are the things that are lacking that really need to be done? And then, I don't know where the board members feel about which ones in committees versus the group or whatnot. So, but to me, in my opinion, I think you lean on the attorney to give you like, these are the policies, these are the charter school policies we need to adopt.
yeah, I thought we had landed on, we knew the how.
Yeah.
Depending on the topic of the policy, it might funnel to one of the committees first.
Mhm.
Or otherwise go through governance first, if it doesn't fit fiscal or
I mean, second,
academic.
legal first, right?
Well,
Yes.
legal always.
Legal first.
Clarify.
To me, the open-ended question was the what, which policies? Cause you were recommending there were 60, I know there were 10 you brought to academic excellence. I had asked, can we see this list, and get YMC's recommendation, like, do we need all of those or not? That's where I'm looking for guidance.
Mhm.
Based on what we already have in policies, which of those need to be updated, and then where are we lacking? And if it's truly all that list of 60, I felt like that's where we left off, trying to get that confirmation from the contact at YMC.
Miriam did say that she briefly looked at our policies and many of them are not out of date, but they need updating
Mhm.
because things have happened, over the course of time that they would require tweaks and changes here and there. She said that it does look like we do have the majority, some we would need to put in and some we would need to update. But I can easily bring that list back. and,
Yeah. I think if she can give us that recommendation and then take it to the appropriate committees.
Okay.
To me, I think that's the easiest way is that they know better than us what policies and what laws are new that we need to be looking at. So,
And would they just redline our existing ones for what
Yeah.
needs to be updated?
Yeah.
Yep.
okay, perfect.
So then because I felt, just to be clear, there was a proposal previously on the table to take templates out of Gamut and use those to drive what we should do, and I'm hearing we're deciding that recommending we would not do that. We're taking proposal recommendations from YMC. Or
That's my understanding.
is that your understanding?
That's what
Okay,
we can do.
okay. 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 Any other questions around this? No. Okay, moving forward, the 2025-2026 classification study.
I'm clicking ahead of Jonathan. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so the classification study, just a brief reminder is that we started this in depth with Dr. Lewis, who was retained on last year to kind of look at all of our job descriptions and bring them up to date. Key objectives here were to standardize all of the job titles and job descriptions, look at those and modernize them, improve the HR processes and functioning, and just make sure that we are ensuring that we have the proper staffing, but the proper position control at the same time. Staffing happens in the fall of the year, position control happens, recommendations happen in the spring of the year. And then just mapping those job descriptions and making sure that they have all updated language and that's just suitable for the positions that we actually need. This is not a salary study where we look at salary comparative across and then make salary adjustments. We already, just a reminder, did that. The board had approved a 2% salary increase, so we didn't need to do that within this study. We broke it apart where through what our what our goal was, the teams and departments that we're going to look at: certificated administration, classified management, certificated staff, and then classified staff. Again, the roles and responsibilities, updating that work chart and the job descriptions themselves, and then looking at how that relates to board policy or the employee handbook, and then professional development. So if there's something in the employee handbook that needed to be in the job descriptions, that was updated through the study. The study actually took a timeline from starting in September, December, where all the job descriptions were individually evaluated and modernized. That came with a comparative analysis where the job descriptions were actually compared to other like districts and or starter organizations. We did get some job descriptions that had little nuances that we needed to clarify. So certain specific employees were spoken to one regarding if they had additional responsibilities layered onto their job description since the last time they were either hired or this was done. And then that was recorded. And then finalize like any recommendations that would need to have modifications done to it, update done to it, or recommendations for adjustment moving forward, depending on, situational things that have happened, like the moving of the middle school. Classified management, this just breaks out just what they're not administration, they're management. They do not have to have a required credential. They do have specialized skill and training. But they're kind of responsible for the overseeing of technical operational support, organizational services. When we look at central office classified management, and just some recommendations that we would be moving forward, this is just classified management. So we look at the chief business operation, there's no corrections needed when those job descriptions were looked at. Director of Human Resources, Director of Fiscal Services, coordinator of technology, coordinator of facilities. This is where we would be making recommendation to the board with the addition of a new facility, a new site location. It does come with additional workload related responsibilities adding on to those positions. In addition, we are wanting those positions to have 3-year planning and then also addressing of a budget, managing of a budget. That is currently not within the coordinator job description. That would be something of a director type job description. When we look at student information systems and specialists, there is an increased amount of data reporting that's required. Typically, if we even centralize that to a one person, the errors tend to decrease. So we would be recommending that. There also is no technical support, and this position was added the year prior to my coming on, so last year, not this past year, but the 23-24 school year. There is no technical support for assessments. So when staff comes into the organization and or student enrollment comes in, those students and staff need to be uploaded into the assessment batteries and assessment protocols for them to get properly assessed and to have management. of the assessment in the classrooms. So that position is looking at moving towards a coordinator role of data and assessment. The executive assistant was unfilled this past year due to budget, and this one is super exciting for me as we are wanting to fill this position for the upcoming school year and will alleviate a lot of discomfort of not having executive assistant. And then administrative assistant, the administrative assistant that was hired in the year prior, again, the 23-24 school year. This person is really doing the accounting role in purchasing and procurement. We didn't have a purchasing and procurement person prior. We've done a lot of work in terms of routing in a standardized purchasing and procurement system throughout the organization. So this person has largely functioned in that role. So that would result in a recommended change for that individual. When we look at classified management, there is not a current coordinator salary schedule at all. People have been given a title of coordinator, but they have not been given a salary that coordinates with that coordinator position. And so this is one of the areas that was noticed in the salary or in the classification study that we would need to adjust. This would just be a recommended classified salary scale that would coordinate to that coordinator level underneath the director level, but above a specialist level. And this is for classified management. You're going to see another one for certificated management. The same thing happened. They were given title, but not the corresponding salary schedule.
Are these things included in the budget?
Certificated management, this just goes through, and the certificated management is really what you see as your administration or administrative team. There is a required credential, bachelor's degree and master's degree required. And so they have global oversight of complaints, conflict resolution, performance evaluation, organizational operations, legal compliance, and implementation of policy. When we look at just the central office certificated administrative recommendations, here are the following positions that we currently have. Chief Academic Officer, this was unfilled also due to budget, and we are so glad to have this position filled by Ms. Maggie Burdett, sitting to my right. Also the Director of Student Services, we talked about this, and this was also unfilled, but we are going to move forward and fill this vacancy as well. Coordinator of English learners, we also had a coordinator of intervention. And so there would be a combination here. This is one of the areas where a title was given, but the salary scale that would correspond to that was not. So this would be something that we would want to correct. And make sure that if you have the title that you were given the correct salary scale to reflect that. The chancellors at SOC and the middle school, there's no real correction here, but we do have vacancies, so we are moving forward to fill those vacancies. And then the dean of elementary and middle school, there's no correction and there's no current vacancies to fill in that role.
I just want to be careful with language and the reason for corrective action. I'm not sure I agree with all the ones that are listed for unfilled due to budget.
Oh,
So I maybe that's something we can talk about in committee or just updating, I don't know if I'm the only one that sees some discrepancies in my understanding of what's been happening, but maybe I'll just follow up with you one-on-one with questions about it.
yeah, no problem.
Okay.
And if you would like me to tweak the language, I'll be happy to do that as well. If we move on to, this is a second incident where like certificated management, the coordinator position, people were given title of coordinator, but their salary was not reflective of a coordinator level. It was on a professor level. And so this again is a salary scale that layers between that professor level and a director level to kind of substantiate the title that was given. So the certificated job description classifications, this would be across the organization, counselors, educational specialists, intervention specialists, professors, psychologists, and nurses. When we look at some of the things that for the certificated staff, that would be possibly changing educational specialists. We did have some vacancies there, so we're gonna be filling those vacancies. Intervention specialist, we did have intervention specialists at all 3 school sites prior. We did not have one at the middle school this past year. When we looked and really analyzed what was needed, we do agree that the intervention specialist at the elementary schools needs to remain and stay. And then we are gonna have conversation to see what would be most effective. Is what we currently have the most effective, but that analysis will happen in the coming year. At the middle school, because there's 45 minutes rotating period, it's really hard to pull kids out of that 45-minute period of time. There was the implementation of that office hour time frame, and so we're going to look at that to see if that's effective. And if there are additional interventions that are needed at the middle school level in this next upcoming school year. With the nurse position, we are going to fill, we do have a vacancy, we are gonna fill that. And we're looking at both LVN and RN for possible options to fill a nurse's position. They are very difficult to fill. So I know that, you know, in HR, if we're struggling to fill the RN position, we would look at the LVN to try to fill it that way. Professors, especially at the middle school, we are looking at relocation, so looking at how do we give them time to modify their classrooms, or what do we do to get them relocated and moved properly. We're currently coming up with a schedule for that. Psychologists, we did have a shared situation from SB and the middle school, and that we did require a pretty heavy load for the school psychologist. In moving, it would be very difficult for that person to go between the 2 campuses, so we're looking at adding a position there. And looking at classified staff classifications, they are listed below. Many of them do not have any sort of like corrective action that we would need to address or may need to address in terms of the relocation of the middle school. One in particular is the campus supervisors. I think that we had spoken prior or made mention that we are looking at changing those hours of operations for the campus supervisor, which was 7:45 to 4:15. But since kids will be dropped off earlier, we're trying to move that job description time frame down so that their hours of operation would be 7:30 to 4, and therefore they would be there and present on campus for to receive the students who needed to be dropped off early. Community outreach and communications, we're like looking at that job description as we move forward. I know that there was things that were on that job description that was that we currently did, and then now that's moving off. So we're gonna have to look to see how that recalibrates and what the expectations and what we are wanting that position to do moving forward. Custodians, again, moving to the middle school site. We are looking to fill 2 vacancies or 2 positions there to make sure that we have adequate custodial support for the additional facility. Instructional assistants, this is one of those job descriptions where we really need to do some in-depth look and study in the fall as to see how many student instructional aides that we do have, and then what are the schedules that we are going to have them work, and breaking out especially by the academic or the behaviorist or the PE aides to make sure that we are accurately staffing those positions. But that work will be coming up in the 25-26 school year. And then the nurse assistant will fill one of the vacancies there. And the remainder is really no corrective action. But these are the results and some of the things that have stemmed from that year-long classification study, where we would want to, you know, kind of make some tweaks and changes. Things that would be potential changes, we did make sure that we put into the budget just as holding place. So that we would see what we would have budget for and what we would not have for. So that all of that work has been done throughout the course of this year.
I have a question. So I'm kind of comparing this to kind of our personnel action report that's later. And I'm not seeing the new positions in there. Is that because they're not gonna, until we vote on it tonight, then it's gonna be done?
So until we had the conversation, we kind of held those positions out
Okay.
of the personnel report.
Okay,
And because if there was any changes, we would want to make those changes, and those changes would be
Okay.
reflective of the next board meeting. If there are no changes, then if there.
that'll be on the Thursday meeting then?
Correct.
Okay, that was my question. And then I know we had talked about previously with the intervention was having like a whole plan for intervention. I'm looking at my buddy here that I know is very passionate about this topic, and so to me, I think it would be, I don't know when that plan's gonna like come into fruition, but that is something that I think would be very helpful for this. Because I think we purposely budgeted for intervention specialists so that we had the additional supports for our students. So,
Correct. And we did retain the intervention specialists for the elementary school. They do have pull-out services for students. The intervention plan, the whole plan is slated for our summer work. And so we're actively working on that to bring that to the board once we get it at that conclusion stage.
so why would you remove not fulfilling the intervention specialist for the middle school until you know if the plan would support it or not?
So the middle school intervention specialist was at SOC.
Mhm.
So the middle school had an opening there. It wasn't, just wasn't replaced at that time. And when we looked back and talked with our leadership team, because of the 45-minute change of period, it was really hard for that person to pull out students.
Mhm.
There is some push-in work that is done, especially for EL students in some specialty groups. Our ed specialists work with special education students on a push-in basis. And then we would need to look at if you did have an intervention specialist, like what would be the mechanism? How would you get to work with that
Mhm.
student? And be effective with that student. So that's the only reason it was not put back in place.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I have a stash down there. Okay, and then,
It
okay,
doesn't mean it couldn't come back. It's like
Okay.
the mechanism of how could that position be effective when the timeframes in class periods are so small.
okay. And then the Chuck Lewis help you with this?
Yes.
Oh.
He was involved in that entire process. And he was here today, in fact.
Any other questions?
I have a request, visually, could we see a current org chart and then an updated org chart with the proposed changes reflected on it? So that helps again with the compare and contrast. I mean, this was a great presentation, so I'm not saying it's sufficient. I just said, thank you for that next phase of really holistically seeing that org chart would really help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can bring that, or I can give the board that and an update as well.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if she asked this or not, but the monetary changes to the salaries, were those included in the budget?
They were reflective of the budget.
And we were asked that.
Yeah. Making sure I heard
He
you.
answered before I finished.
I knew that, I just know that it's like,
All right, moving on. The 2025-2026 Oxford Preparatory Academy School Local Control and Accountability Plans. Ms. Burdette.
Thank you. So we are gonna kind of go over a brief overview of what we have shared with staff and families over the course of the year on how our LCAPs are developed throughout the year and what drives their development. And then we are presenting drafts for review tonight and for public hearing, and then proposing approval at the next board meeting based on any feedback that you might have. So as Mr. Laurel really kind of covered, we start with our local control funding formula. It really is providing the base funding and then provides some additional supplemental and concentration grants that determine each LEA's budget. And then really what our LCAP is a roadmap. So our roadmap for each school looks at what funds were given. We start to create an action plan, a 3-year plan that will describe how our budget aligns to each school's goals and action items that then are directly aligned to those specific actions and budgets. So 23-24 was the baseline for the next 3-year cycle. So we are now in technically year 1. And then every year we update the plan based on our progress towards goals, changing student needs, and we do an annual update. And we also receive a lot of input from our stakeholders to drive the process. So to start with, our LCAP is based on 8 state priorities. So we look at conditions of learning, basic necessities, implementation of state standards, access to courses, which we're also going to review at the next board meeting in terms of global indicators on our dashboard. We look at student outcomes. We look at engagement, which involves school climate, student engagement, and parental involvement. And these are all what our goals are built around. So as part of this, the development of our goals and actions are really driven by an analysis of student data, stakeholder input, and really specific identified areas that we need to grow in. And what we are doing is constantly examining our performance metrics. So we look at engaging with parents and staff and students. We're creating goals, we're creating actions. And really the whole idea is this guides how we use our LCFF funds to achieve measurable student outcomes. So that's really the point of every action we place has to be measurable. So throughout the year, these are some of the ways that we engage with our stakeholders. We hold student, parent, staff, administrators, board of director meetings. We specifically have 3 LCAP engagement meetings where we review what is the LCAP, what is the process, we get feedback from all of our stakeholders, we get input on our actions, and then we present out the drafts of our LCAPs for additional feedback. We do a lot of analysis of data with staff. We're reviewing and revising and creating new services and actions as needed. And sometimes we're just adjusting the budget for those action items rather than creating brand new action items. We have a lot of other groups that give feedback, our school site councils, our DLAC, our honor society, site leadership, and in staff meetings, we're constantly reviewing what the LCAP is and really educating our staff and our stakeholders on what is the LCAP and why it is so important to make sure it's guiding our analysis of whether we are growing academically. And then a big component we also look at is our LCAP survey for parents, staff, and students. And then finally, we meet with board committees and other site level focus groups to get input and support our LCAP development. So this is really an overview of our process timeline. We finalize our LCAP about this time of year, and then we start the year. We put out our LCAP surveys just before the winter break so that we get feedback on where we're at for that school year. And then really a lot of this is to start that engagement process. We share out the results of our surveys. We have our first LCAP meeting in January, and then we're starting to draft any changes or updates to our annual plan. And then from that, kind of at a local level, we're continually monitoring our metrics, for example, iReady data, formative assessments in the classroom. We're updating our action plans based on any of the survey feedback we get. So we start to build those action plans throughout the year. Then we hold our additional LCAP meetings in January and February. We start to look at an updated budget and hold our final ones in March, April, and May. And then during this time, we're continually writing, revising, and drafting the next year's LCAP so that we can then come to this point and present to you and our families to get any final input before we put it forward for approval. So the 4 main goals that all of our LEAs focus in on are goal 1, in increasing student academic achievement, social emotional strength, engagement through rigorous, engaging, high quality curriculum and instruction, utilizing the theory of multiple intelligences. Goal 2 is focused on highly qualified staff that participates in professional development focused on 21st century teaching and learning. Goal 3 revolves around safe, secure, and well-equipped learning environments that will be provided for student activities. And finally, goal 4 is all educational partners will be engaged in the learning process by promoting a variety of opportunities for parents, students, staff, and the community that strengthens communication and meaningful participation. So these are some of the annual updates that we shared with our engagement committees, our school state councils, our honor societies, et cetera, throughout the year. Some of these were annual updates of where we were at the mid-year point. We didn't have any significant recommendations for changes to actions or additional actions. So some of them we just kind of fine-tuned or we adjusted dollar amounts that would match the budget that we were provided. Specifically in goal 1, one thing that we did have to add per state assembly bills was a provision of an annual reading difficulty screener for K2. So that was put forward for the board to review that process for looking at adopting M-Class as our reading screener for the 25-26 school year. Under goal 2, again, looking at our annual updates, there was no significant changes. However, within the professional development process, we did indicate that we are also moving forward with Orton Gillingham training to K3 teachers, education specialists, and intervention teachers to strengthen those strategies to support early literacy intervention. And then goal 3 is really supporting our learning environment. So again, no significant changes to our actionable items for the year. And then finally, an overview of goal 4. So this is looking at our family engagement. We are again asking to move forward with the use of Canvas LMS to support that communication and engagement with our middle school families as a slow rollout for the 25-26 school year. And then looking at it through all of the OPA schools moving forward after that. And then our next steps, again, we've attached copies of each individual school's LCAPs. Part of that process, we looked at all of our metrics for the year and spoke towards, we have a 3-year goal that we've set. And so again, this is year 1 of data. And then we also propose where we are at compared to baseline. So we did see a few small gaps and some small drops in some of our survey data. So again, those are where we start to build our action plan for next year. And we started to look at our LCAP actions in terms of what areas could we utilize to actually start addressing those concerns and those needs. So that's kind of that ongoing topic of conversation. And just for some clarification, as we review publicly and with the board, some of the LCAP data, just remembering that all of our local metrics like iReady data and LCAP surveys, 23-24 was the baseline. However, CAST data, because it's kind of a moment in time, the 22-23 data was used for the baseline because we didn't receive it until the summer of 23-24. The middle school will look a little different because we did not exist in 22-23. So middle school used the 23-24 CAST data as baseline and as year 1 metrics. So really the baseline was looking at an average of the students coming from SV and SOC, but we revised that to start our baseline as the 23-24 CAST data. So everything else would be an annual review of data.
Questions?
Why is it only 2nd through 4th grade for Taekwondo, or goal 1?
You answer that question?
I don't know exactly why it was only those grades, other than we were just going off of the Taekwondo company that we could find and then routing it in that scheduled instructional minutes schedule. And so I don't know if that was the grades that were typically used prior. I don't know.
And it used to be younger,
Mhm.
and then they changed it because they had contract problems, but the point of it was to teach following directions and that type of confidence. And so I think younger kids can also benefit from that, so it would be nice to look at that.
Look at it.
Thinking about it, and 5th graders could absolutely use this.
Yeah, 5th graders was what they used to teach too. They did like every year.
Yeah, and I heard they either started in kindergarten, I think it started in 1st grade.
I think you're right, 1st grade.
And part of this was the annual review from the
Yeah.
previous year.
They did change it.
So, and then
So-
what was shared with families, and so one of the things that we can look at before it is board approved formally is I can go back and look at the language because it can be more open-ended and just say provide Taekwondo to elementary. We will have to look at the contracts that we are entering in for this year because it really was based on the availability of the whatever, the company, the person teaching it, but that is definitely something as part of the LCAP feedback moving forward, we can look to expand.
That would be great.
Any other questions? Maybe we'll hope to have a question.
Enough.
Okay, all right. Moving on. We will open the public hearing. Item A, the 2025-2026 Oxford Preparatory Academy School Proposed Local Control and Accountability Plan. A, 2025 Proposed Local Control and Accountability Plan. 1, Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley, Oxford Preparatory Academy South Orange County. It is recommended the board president open the public hearing and determine if members of the public have submitted requests to speak on an item, and after the hearing, any speakers may formally close the public hearing. The public hearing is open at 10:26 p.m. Do we have anything?
We do not.
Okay, the public hearing is closed at 10:26 p.m. Item B, the 2025-2026 Oxford Preparatory Academy School Proposed Annual Budgets. OPA Middle School, OPA Saddleback Valley, OPA South Orange County. It is recommended that the board president open the public hearing and determine if members of the public have submitted requests to speak on the item, and after hearing any speakers, formally close the public hearing. Public hearing is opened at 10:26 PM. Do we have
Are
anything?
you not?
Okay, thank you. We are closing the public hearing at 10:26 PM. All right. Next, items for action. The M-Class contract second review. The M-Class is a reading screener that meets the mandatory requirements outlined in Senate Bill 114 to be implemented in the 25-26 school year. This reading screener will be conducted in grades kindergarten through second grade to detect students who are struggling with phonetic awareness, decoding, and word recognition. Once approved, communication will be sent to OPA families to grade understanding of SB 114, the read screener, and the corresponding reading intervention program and curriculum. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item A.
I'll motion.
Okay, and
Second.
wonderful. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so moved. B, Boys and Girls Club Service Agreement for the 2025-2026 school year, first review. The services agreement for the Boys and Girls Club will provide student supervision during the school day and after-school enrichment programs on the SOC, SV, and middle school campuses. This partnership will enhance student safety, support working families, and offer high-quality enrichment opportunities aligning to our educational goals. The Boys and Girls Club bring extensive experience to youth development and work collaboratively with school staff to meet our student needs and promote positive outcomes. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item B. May I have a motion?
I'll motion.
May I please have a second?
Second.
All right. And I believe there is some conversation for this one.
Does the contract include the location for the middle schools?
I was gonna say.
We can update the contract for the actual middle school. However, we are having a presentation on the next board meeting, the Thursday board meeting, for both before and after school options for families, and also for the transportation for families. So we can table this, and then the goal was to have both the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club contracts on this agenda, but we could not get the YMCA contract ready for this agenda.
If we table it tonight, can you still present it on Thursday since the agenda is already posted?
The presentations are on the agenda for.
But not the
Thursday,
action item.
Or not the action?
But then not the action item, not the contract.
Mhm.
The contracts would go on the July 17th agenda. And that would be the YMCA contract.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Or the
structurally-
transportation contract.
I think also structurally, school doesn't start until August 12th. And at least for the YMCA at the middle school, they have a threshold of 25 students that we need to enroll in order for them to be like, okay, we're gonna run just to like staff the program. If we don't have enough students to be in before school care for the middle school, YMCA could say, we're not gonna run the program. What we can do alternatively is like at least pay for the spots to just have the program. But with the latest survey data, we do know we have about, I think, like 42 families that are requiring before.
And 11 have confirmed.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Boys and Girls Club or the
No, I'm
YMCA?
speaking about YMCA,
But this is about the Boys and Girls Club.
yes.
Okay.
So
what I'm-
we could wait until we have both contracts and then approve them at the July 17th meeting. That would be the next
And that's
meeting to.
enough.
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding to is that structurally, like school doesn't start until August 12th. We do want to mirror the services that we have at our current school sites. Again, it goes back to the actual need. When we were at one continuous site for SV and the middle school, there's not as many middle school students. However, there's a lot more elementary school students who are utilizing the before and after school care. So allowing us to hammer out the details with the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club, would be okay to wait until July. I think another confusing factor is there are multiple Boys and Girls Club organizations.
Yeah.
One being Laguna Beach and Capistrano Valley. Capistrano Valley Boys and Girls Club does offer before school care, whereas Boys and Girls Club of Laguna Beach does not. Yeah, I think we're trying to afford our families, full options, that we can provide both options. Then again, it's also alluding to staffing, whether or not they can staff said programs.
Would it be better to sign this agreement and then get a middle school one, or is it better to sign to get, or to add in the line, I mean,
But the middle school, there's a proctor included in this.
yeah, that's what I'm
contract,
saying.
middle school.
So which is it better to amend this contract to add the location? Or to wait till the July meeting?
I think for us, I think the cleanest would be to table this,
And then.
amend this
all of the
contract.
Contract.
Okay,
July.
perfect.
So
Okay, all those in favor, well, I need a revised motion, Betsy.
I revise my motion to table the Boys and Girls Club service agreement
Okay, until the July meeting.
until the July meeting.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, and then all those in favor say aye. Any no's? Okay, aye, oh, so say aye. None abstentions, okay, all the, so moved. Canvas Learning and Environment. Canvas LMC offers a robust user-friendly platform that will enhance instructional delivery, streamline communications between students, teachers, and families, and provide consistent access to course materials and assignments. This transition supports our goals of increasing student engagement, improving organization of digital resources, and fostering academic accountability across grade levels. A phased-out rollout for 2025 and 2026 school year at the OPA Middle School will allow for the professional development and smooth transition with the full implementation targeted by second semester. And is recommended the board of directors approve action item C. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
second,
Okay. And it says implemented for second semester, that's just for the middle school, correct? Okay.
Can I note that these items seem to be missing some of them, like LCAP goal, funding source, budget impact. So can we make sure on Thursday's agenda that all the spaces are captured with the information? Or put NA?
Yes.
Thank you. I did see the infrastructure quote in the board packet, so I saw the budget impact there.
But it is budgeted in the actual 2025 budget,
Mhm.
okay, okay. Any other questions? No, okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any no's, any abstentions, so moved. Irvine Ranch, Outdoor and Science School, do you have a presentation for us? It says your name next to it.
There's no presentation.
Oh, okay.
If you have questions.
Okay, got it, okay.
You're the one.
I think I just read the little blurb to explain what it was.
Okay, got it. Field trips remain a core component of the OPA educational experience as they enhance student educational experience by providing real world connection to classroom learning. The Irvine Ranch Outdoor Science School field trip is for the OPA, SV, and SOC fifth grade students who want to engage in hands-on activities to develop critical thinking skills, curiosity, and a sense of wonder. Field trips also promote social emotional growth by encouraging collaboration, independence, and respectful behavior outside the traditional classroom setting. Once approved, administrative oversight will be provided to ensure paperwork processes and adjustments are correctly instituted. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item B. May I please have a motion? Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions, conversations for this one? Just a point of clarification. We are still having our families pay for it and be reimbursed, correct? Our families pay for this.
Yes.
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 Donations, part of
Yeah.
it is written to cover unexpected costs for families that can't afford it within the LCAP, but families do make donations towards the cost of the trip fees.
Okay, and then my second question is we are ensuring the number is lower.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, just if you recall this past year, I think we had three different
Yes.
meetings, or maybe four, where we went under, and then as we got close to the actual trip.
Yeah.
Went again, and then I think like the month before the trip, we had another meeting just to shore it up.
And I believe that a couple of meetings ago, I presented kind of the flow
Yeah.
for field trips, so I'll be oversight working with sites to make sure any of the reduction deadlines, if they're not meeting that
Mhm.
minimum number in all of the contracts, there should be a date for any changes that are allowed to be
Okay.
made.
perfect.
Yeah,
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any no's, any abstentions, so moved. SV Honor Society donation for tide pools traveling expenses. Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley has received a donation from Saddleback Valley Honor Society to cover transportation costs for the field trip tide pools. It's recommended the board of directors approve action item E. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, may I please have a second? All right, thank you. Any conversation? Just a thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes, any abstentions? So moved. SV Honor Society donation for the Type-tastic curriculum software. Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley has received a donation from Saddleback Valley Honor Society to cover the cost of adding a curriculum software Type-tastic for student use. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item F. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right.
We're louder than you.
I guess a thank you is the only comment.
Well, I have a question, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Are there, is this like one-time costs, or would there be ongoing costs related to this curriculum software? And if so, who's covering those?
It's actually a multi-year agreement of which they pay for all 3 years.
Okay, but after those 3 years,
After those 3 years, we'd either go back to the Honor Society to see if they would want to continue it, and or we would have to rope it into our fiscal budget if they wanted to continue the program.
Is this a
But
program
currently
that's?
it's only NSV.
It's currently only at SB. SOC does have a different typing program of sorts that they said does the equivalent or comparable to what type testing does.
Why didn't they choose the same ones?
SOC already had it within their program and wanted to stay with that program. SV staff has gone to the Honor Society to see if they could get this version of the program. I don't know how they selected the program, but this was on their pre-approved sponsorship from the year prior, or their fundraising efforts from the year prior.
Was this approved by admin before they bought it?
This was not approved by admin before they bought it. And when we came in, it had been on the docket for spring approval. When the new officers came in, they did start fundraising for it last summer and with the intention to implement it this school year. So we did go back and forth with the staff. We did explain the approval process. We did explain the impact of, not allowing us at the central office to vet the programs. We did come to understanding with the honor societies, but they had already marketed and raised funds for the program.
How does it get integrated into that's just something I heard the teacher, the professors all integrated into that words dedicated typing time.
They did come together as grade level teams to determine how that they were going to actually implement it and in what grade level. I believe I'm not sure exactly what grade levels they are going to implement it into, but you may who knows.
That was my next question.
Any other questions?
I just have a comment, because I consider this like soft funding, and when it comes to soft funding and our curriculum, obviously, I just, we want to be very careful, right? Because something becomes core and very integrated, and then that funding goes away, what happens, right? And then obviously, seems like we might have some process we need to look at in terms of how these things come about.
We did put a process in the fall when we started, in terms of the purchasing and procurement, and the vetting and the approval process, whether it goes through IT, whether it goes through curriculum, whether it goes through finance. We did put that in when we did come in, and like I said, it was already approved prior to us coming in, and they were already had fundraised for the program prior to us. But there is a process moving forward. The whole leadership team does know, and we have met with the honor societies at 3 different times this year to explain and try to create a different situation moving forward.
Awesome, because I'm very appreciative, and I think it's awesome anytime we can get, special funding for things. It's just I'm always not only concerned about sustainability, but full cost of ownership of something, right? Whether it's technology, I mean, that impacts then our technology, and does it, you know, mesh, and do we have to do infrastructure things for whatever the thing may be that's being donated? So I appreciate that you're putting in a process that will account for all those things, because usually there's associated costs to whatever the thing is that we're getting.
And it will be in grades 2 through 5.
Yeah, I think also too, when it comes, like, to piggyback off what Ms. Burdette said, like, a lot of times things touch all three departments in terms of curriculum instruction, technology, and budget. We did shy away or move away from, there's a lot of different quote unquote free things out there. Whereas the free thing is your data, which is not compliant to FERPA. So I'm glad to say we've stopped some instances where people might think it's okay to utilize free software or free trial. Yeah, I think making sure that we maintain and establish those procedures of onboarding any type of curriculum or software is something that you know, we've talked about in great length with Honor Society as well as administration.
Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor?
Alright,
Aye. Any noes, any abstentions? So moved. The OPA SOC painting project bid of JL Cobb Inc. It is recommended the board of directors approve action item G. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right. Heard you that time. So my question is this showing a budget impact on here?
Yes,
Was this not in the budget?
it's in the budget.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
yeah, exactly.
I explained this in the board update, but I didn't write a blurb for this. Because at first this project initially wasn't going to happen, just because of, so the facilities agreement that we have with, at South Orange County with Capistrano Unified School District is different in nature that, we don't do any maintenance at the school site. It's all done by Capistrano Unified School District.
Mhm.
Now, I've requested, not usually in all school districts, there's a maintenance schedule of which a certain number of schools, depending on when they were painted last, comes in rotation and your school gets hit. So for the SOC campus, it is to my knowledge that there were some buildings that were painted and not. Of course, the main building hadn't been painted in a while. If you look at, if you stand at the front entrance, you'll see there's two shades of gray. So we essentially did sidewalk and pitched it with Capistrano Unified School District, of which we got 3 different quotes. They were hesitant at first to allow us to move forward with painting of the school. However, we went through their approved vendor list and again did the sidewalk with their maintenance crews. And we're fortunate enough to get their approval in the last couple of weeks. They're also excited that you know, we're gonna be helping to, you know, maintain that school site up to their standards. But then again, it did take some working and maintaining those relationships that we're taking the right steps and meeting their standards. So I apologize for not having the blurb on there. But I tried my best to explain it in the my board update.
Well, again, I think it just goes back to if we are going to have it, we need to know if it's like outside of budget or inside of budget,
Mhm.
because, and I think that's where it's confusing because it's not consistent, so. Okay, perfect. Any other questions? No,
This
okay,
will all get done, in the summer.
Yeah, so there's 2 additional projects at the SOC. Another one is a fencing project that we're doing in conjunction with the city of Mission Viejo. So I'm really excited about that. That's been a 3 governmental agency program to figure out the parcels and where we can put the
So many
fence.
years.
And another asphalt project, but those fall underneath the threshold for full board approval. So yeah, we have a lot of different projects going on. The last project that you'll see in July, we're talking about on Thursday is a lighting project for Saddleback Valley. Yeah.
okay. All right, any other questions or conversations? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any no's, any abstentions? So moved. Next is the OPA MS loan resolution 2025-26A with guidance from OPA's oversight agencies, Orange County Department of Education, Capistrano, the Unified School District, Legal Counsel, External Auditor. The administration developed a resolution to forgive startup loans made to OPA Middle School of litigation settlement procedures originally granted to Oxford Preparatory Academy, the nonprofit organization. As further described in the resolution, the fiscal impact below are for the accounting purposes only, and these funds were never originally designated by the board as an asset of OPA, Saddleback Valley, or OPA, South Orange County. The reduction of accounts receivable, OPA SV is $320,278.69. OPA SOC is $594,794.64. The reduction in accounts payable to OPA Middle School is $915,073.33. It is recommended the Board of Directors approve action item H. May I please have a motion?
I make a motion to approve action item H with an amendment to correct the spelling of valley.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second, there's one with two E's in the
resolution.
in the resolution.
Okay, Amy, that was you?
Yes.
Okay. Any more conversation? So I would just like to thank Paul Kagoo, a prior board member who was instrumental in getting this process started. This was not an easy task to get us to this point. And I know he's probably will watch this at one point, so I just want to give him a shout out and thank him for his help in facilitating this important work, as well as our authorizers, our legal team, and our auditors, and our central team to really making this happen. This is going to be nice to have it done and resolved in this fiscal year. Any other questions or comments?
It's a very impactful movement for the middle
Yes.
school. So good job.
Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no's, any abstentions? Okay, so moved. Yay, okay. All right, OPA SM, OPA Middle School, asset transfer resolution 2025-06B with guidance from the oversight agencies or external auditors and legal counsel. The administration developed a resolution to transfer certain assets from OPA Middle School to OPA Saddleback Valley in the light of fact that OPA Middle School will be moving to a new campus and it's not practical to take all assets to the new site. OPA Saddleback Valley will pay OPA Middle School for these assets at their current value. OPA SV is $231,212.85. And so then that is the reductions of accounts receivable, or just your assets, correct?
Mhm.
And then, yeah, and then OPA Middle School will have the exact same amount funded to it. So it is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item I.
Make a motion.
All right, any conversation?
Very excited.
Yes.
Just to confirm, YMC reviewed this.
Yep, YMC as well as our auditor.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any no's? Any abstentions? So moved.
No, NOCE.
Awesome. Okay. Items listed under consent are voted on the board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent?
I'd like to pull the minutes from 5:15.
Okay, so that would be item A1. And I would like to move, let's see, this is B8, the Commerce West loan section. Any other ones to move? Okay, so let's do the consent items and then we'll have those two for conversation. The executive director recommends approval of the following consent items. Following the approval of the board, each item shall be deemed as to be considered in full and adopted as recommended. So the items being approved on the consent are A2, approval of minutes for the special meeting on May 5th. B, 1, personnel report. 2, registers. 3, approval of renewal of the memorandum of understanding with Concordia University. 4, approval of declaration of need for the fully qualified educators. 5, approve the 2025-2026 consolidated application for federal funding. 6, the E-rate categories. 1, internet service provider bid approval for OPA SV, OPA SOC, and OPA MS. And then 7, the E-rate category 2, internet infrastructure bid approval for OPA SV, OPA SOC, and OPA MS. 9, the master contract for Olive Crest for the 25-26 school year. And number 10, the OPA MS relocation contract, affordable, reliable moving and storage for $33,000. So can I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, thank you both. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes, any abstentions? So moved. Okay, so first, Member Feiler, you wanted to talk about the approved minutes from the regular meeting of the OPA Board of Directors for the May 15th, 2025.
On item number 7, it says community input was provided through email, and then it lists number 6 as an unknown email sender. It should say unnamed. We know what email sent it. So if we could make that change.
Unnamed,
Yeah.
Thank you.
and then I'll bring it back at the July meeting.
Perfect, thank you. And for the number 8, the Commerce West loan extension through the June 30th, 2026 for OPA Middle School. It says OPA Middle School currently has an outstanding loan balance of $600K that is maturing on June 30th, 2025. Extending the maturity rate to June 30th, 2026 will allow OPA Middle School to establish a 4% fund balance, which is the minimum reserve requirement for economic uncertainties. The board previously approved the extension date of June 30th, 2030 at the April 17th, 2025 meeting. However, to be consistent with the loan documents, the administration is recommending a revised approval to June 30th, 2026. My question is the loan document said 2 million? Is it then is it being changed to 600,000?
No, it's the same dollar amount. The threshold of which we could pull from is still $2 million, but the balance is $600,000. We
Okay,
do have an invoice that just came in from Commerce West that indicates that we're gonna have to cut a check for $600,000 by next Monday. The reason behind having the maturity date at 2030, which it gives us flexibility in having to go back for approval.
Mhm.
I think former board member Kagu had excellent foresight in maintaining a secure revolving cash loan that has a very low interest rate.
yes,
The downside to it is every year we're gonna have to renew it on an annual basis, which I think what we were trying to do was not have to continue to go through it every year. However, to be consistent with the language on the approval of the loan renewal documents, we are revising it to be June 30th, 2026.
it does say 2 million on there though.
Yeah.
And this is saying for 600,000.
Yeah, but no, we have up to $2 million of which we can
That's the total line of credit.
That's the total line of
It
credit.
always says the balance is 600.
Yes, understandable, but the documents say for it to be signed off as a $2 million loan for the new date. So it's kind of like, you refi, you put the full amount, and so it should say 2 million because the loan documents are requesting 2 million.
Do we want to revise, we either revise it?
But it says 2 million because we have access to the 2
Yes,
million.
that's correct.
Then the amount that we have to repay is the 600.
Understandable, but you're asking for board approval to actually have a line of credit for 2 million.
Can we just
But
update
is
the
that,
language?
is
Just like the
Say-
way the
This
language.
doesn't, but this just says to extend the existing loan balance, does it, or the existing?
No,
loan?
but the paperwork says for 2 million.
Right,
Yes.
But I don't know you're saying that language needs to be in here.
Yes, exactly, because it's asking for us to sign off on a loan document for $2 million, not just a 600.
Well, I think my suggestion would be, if you guys are open to it, to amend the language.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
exactly.
otherwise, I mean, letting it, just be prepared to cut a $600,000 check.
Of course.
Yeah.
So let's just amend the language,
Yeah,
to reflect that, we are reauthorizing a 2 million line of credit and to pay the loan balance of the 600. So
Sure.
that's the only thing. We're missing that 2 million number in there because the paperwork says 2 million.
sure.
Okay. So can I will make that motion.
Second.
Okay, there you go. And did you capture that?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Can we read it back? Cause I wanna make sure hear how it was captured. Cause I got Open Middle School currently has an outstanding loan balance of 600K. And then I put out a $200 million line of credit.
Mhm.
200 million, what?
That's how I would write it, that's how I would write it. Not
There
doing
was-
that, but, yeah.
2 million. That is maturing, so it's just adding that little blurb in between.
Right, that is-
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
we are extending the maturity date for the entire 2 million loan through June 30th, 2026. And having a loan balance of 600K payable on it. You see the difference? It's capturing both components. Yeah.
So the readback is, the amended motion that Open Middle School will approve the continuation of the $2 million line of credit and outstanding loan balance of 600,000 that will mature June 30th, 2026.
Perfect. Wonderful, okay. And then this is in the budget to be paid back this year.
Part of it's to be
Part
paid
of
back,
it, okay.
depending on what happens with, there are some discretionary one-time funding where we're gonna reevaluate, if the budget passes. We didn't include it in our budget, but if it passes, we get.
So it's not, the 600K is not in our budget.
No, got to pay the entire,
Not gonna
You
be.
have 60 per, right? Current?
yeah, we have
Yeah.
60,000 per.
Well, what you're saying is we get more one-time funding, we may pay.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, obviously-
I just
So
wanted to
next
say.
year extended.
Yeah, I mean,
for another year.
it's also taking into consideration, we passed 2 different resolutions tonight that are going to have material impacts to the.
Of course,
Absolutely.
of course.
So, I mean, realistically, I think, for us, when we were building out the budget, not knowing whether or not those resolutions were going to pass, it was more about establishing that we're having some movement and paying that back. Now, through the year, as we get into the first interim and second interim, moreover, when the budget passes at the state level, we may say, hey, we have a lot of this one-time money, maybe we could, if allowable, we can maybe utilize that one-time money to pay that down. We can maybe use that one-time money for other purposes as designated. But we want to put something down. I mean, again, our budgets are living, breathing documents. These are snapshots in time, they will change. So,
And if we don't pay it off by the end of the year, we will do the same
Mhm.
and
Okay,
move it
perfect.
forward another year.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, so we have amended a motion that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And, any noes, any abstentions? Okay, so moved. Next, our executive director report.
First of all, I do want to, just acknowledge the work that has been done this year and all of these things that we've been working on, for many, many months throughout the year are now kind of coming to the final stages of fruition. So I do want to thank, Mr. Maxwell for the work on the budget and then making sure that, I just truly appreciate that fiduciary responsibility of, the attention to detail in creating sustainable and ongoing positive budgets. I think that the task that we were given at the beginning of the school year, this is a very different outcome. So thank you very much for all of your work. Also, Ms. Burdette, thank you for joining the team. I am so looking forward to getting a full team here at the central office. But then all of your work this year on the LCAPs and kind of taking the lead on that was a huge heavy lift. So I just want to thank you there. And then finally, thank you to the board for passing some of the resolutions this evening that will set the course in a positive direction forward for the organization. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Board directors.
Thank you to our candidate for joining us today, braving the entire meeting, even when you don't necessarily have to, so, and then, thanks to all the central office for your hard work and, very substantive.
Yes, for sure.
Yes, I too am very excited to fill the empty seat. Thank you for staying. Thank you to Jackie for all her time at OPA. I met Jackie in kindergarten.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been a long time and we appreciate you and we wish you luck and hopefully maybe someday you'll come back to us. And thank you admin for the LTAP and the budget. I know those are heavy lifts and the outcome of the middle school has changed drastically thanks to all your hard work this year. So we appreciate the cost saving measures you've implemented to help facilitate that.
Member Smith.
Given the late time, I'm gonna yield it.
And I will do like the same. We will be recessing to closed session. At 11:02 PM. If you can give the board a couple minutes, then we'll call you guys in. Good evening. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 12:18 PM. AM, sorry. Thank you. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 12:19 AM. There is no public report of action taken when closed. Next item, adjournment. It is recommended the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 23rd, 2025. May I please have a motion?
I'll motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 12:19 AM.